All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here. All right, we are at the special meeting of January 11th, 2023. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us this afternoon. We also live stream our meeting that can be found on the district website. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda for the special meeting of January 11th, 2023 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the special meeting of January 11th, 2023 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
It's the first meeting of the year. Welcome, everyone. We're gonna make it happen. All right, the agenda has been approved. Thank you all. We're gonna move into, our study and dialogue session. And our first agenda item is around Board Ends 1.4. Every student will develop life skills and a continuous learning mindset to succeed in life after graduation. Page 3. In December, the board received a monitoring report calendar from district staff that outlined a schedule of monitoring reports the board will receive in its calendar year starting this month, which is very exciting. Collectively, the board expressed its appreciation for the staff's organization of information in this way aligned to our ends. Since this is the first time that the board was receiving monitoring reports, we'll be discussing the content of the report as well as the way in which it is presented to us as board members. The district will use that feedback to modify future reports that we'll receive. Before I hand this over to our presenting colleagues, is there anything you would like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, thank you, President Schooley. I'm going to slow this down. Thank you, President Schooley. Welcome to 2023, everyone. Excited to be in your first board meeting of 2023. I am actually really excited for this discussion. Both Mr. Polero and Ms. Nicothodes, alongside Dr. Kim and many others on our teams, have spent a lot of time and effort putting these reports together. The report itself is about 40 pages long, I think exactly 40 pages long. And so we will not be going page by page, but the board has had access to this report since late last week. The public has had access to this report since yesterday afternoon in alignment with CDE and the embargo for some data that is embedded within the report. And very much appreciate that the team has put together some key points in a presentation, which they'd like to share with you for a short period of time, and then really allowing the majority of your agenda time to be for dialogue, conversation from the board with our staff, and not only related to the content of the report, which is extremely important and detailed, and there's a lot of it, but also looking for feedback this evening in both this agenda item and the 1.3 monitoring report, for feedback from you about how this report works for you. We know that we have this calendar now. We are working to align to that calendar and ensure that we are providing accountability to your ends and reporting to you in our community about how we're doing in the areas that you have outlined as expectations for our district. So we're looking for both rich conversation and feedback about what's in the report, as well as the report itself and the formatting and those kinds of things. So with that, I'm handing it over to Mr. Polero.
Good afternoon, President Schooley, Superintendent Dorland, distinguished members of the board. My name is Matt Polero, Chief Student Success Officer, and with me today are...
Good afternoon, Renee Nicothodes, Chief Academic Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kim Blanca-Sparza, Deputy Superintendent.
And we have the first opportunity to present to you Monitoring Report 1.4, which we are extremely proud of and know that you'll have lots of questions. And some of those questions we'll be able to answer today. Some of those questions we might have to tap into our subject matter experts to follow up with you at a later date. But we're excited to share with you this report today. But before we get into our presentation, I just want to give you an overview of what to expect. So for our public, we're just going to remind them about policy governance and what that means. Superintendent Dorland just summarized that, but we'll repeat that. We'll also provide some context for this report. And what I mean by context, these are the things that we took into consideration as we were putting the report together and interpreting the results. And these are things that we would like you to keep in consideration as you review the report and as you come up with your own conclusions about the data. The way we structured the data is we will provide you with the data. We will tell the story of what that means to us in terms of on track, things that we think are going really well, and areas for focused acceleration or areas where there's an opportunity for perhaps improvement. And then what we'll do at the end is connect that back to Jeffco Thrives, our strategic plan, to tell you what we intend to do about the results that we share with you today. And then we'll open it up for some dialogue and discussion with you all. Anything either one of you want to add? All right. So for our public about policy governance, the goals of this report is to present the board with robust data and information reflecting the work aligned to its ends in Jeffco Thrives, present the board with information which it has requested through its executive limitations, and reflect a cycle of necessary board actions. In the report, based on those board ends, we've compiled data sets to incorporate into the report that's aligned with the board ends in relationship to how we interpreted what you meant by those end statements, which I'll share with you in one moment. Each monitoring report will focus on one statement with the board ends. So today we're sharing with you 1.4 and 1.3. And the monitoring report is a compilation of multiple sources of data that inform compliance. Now, when it comes to the compliance statements, we are going to wait to share with you until your regular meeting in January 19th as to how we've interpreted compliance based on your feedback today. We don't know that you are going to necessarily agree with the areas that we've identified as essential or areas of focus for acceleration or bright spots that we recognize from the district. All right, so your board in statement 1.4 reads, every student will develop life skills and a continuous learning mindset to succeed in life after graduation. We interpreted that to mean every student will demonstrate the knowledge and skills, competencies, required to graduate high school and succeed in post-secondary settings, including continuing education, competitive employment, and independent or assisted living settings. So the data that's compiled in this report should relate back to how we interpreted your statement. Any questions before I proceed? Okay, because there are 40 pages of data, we did not make a note on every single data source in this presentation. We only pulled the sources that we thought were most essential for this discussion today. And with that said, there are some things that we want to highlight. So we're going to start off with a little bit of, did you know? Oh, sorry. I should probably talk a little bit more about this. The context for this report, it's divided in two sections. One is post-secondary workforce readiness metrics, things that we know have a strong correlation to post-secondary outcomes. And the second part of the report is other career and college pathway metrics, metrics that we identified as valuable to student achievement in post-secondary settings. So that's how the report is divided. In terms of the things that we want you to keep in mind, we included what we're referring to as pre- and post-pandemic data, pre being 2018 and post being 21-22. There are some sources of data where we don't have 5 years of data for that specific source, so you will see that it's not included. Also, you'll notice that in the report itself, there are some areas where it says NA. That is most likely because there were fewer than 16 students represented in that group, therefore we did not report it. Data for this report serves as a baseline for future comparisons, so next year when we come back to report 1.4, we'll use some of the same data here to compare to that next cycle. And then again, the compliance statements will be furnished on January 19th after our discussion today. Now we're ready for Did You Know? This is the stuff that gets me really excited. Renee and I had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people throughout our organization. So did you know that Jeffco has a remote concurrent enrollment program? I had no idea. Do you know why that's exciting? Because there are so many barriers that hinder students' ability to access concurrent enrollment when it's only provided in person, off location from their neighborhood school. Remote concurrent enrollment program is new this year, and we are seeing some success with that in terms of the barriers it's removing for kids. So super excited to learn about this program. The second thing that got us really excited was that we have 161 career technical education programs across middle and high schools, with 24 of those programs being at middle school, and those focus primarily on career exploration, whereas the 137 high school programs, including Warren Tech, are more broad across 6 industry sectors that we would say are in high demand and also reasonably compensated. So preparing students for jobs that are high demand and reasonably compensated for their futures. And then also, it was so exciting to learn about the diploma endorsements that we have here in Jeffco, one of being the Seal of Biliteracy that recognizes students with linguistic diversity. And also we have a rigorous STEM diploma endorsement that some students can achieve, which is just very exciting to learn about. And then last but certainly not least, more than 50% of our students with disabilities who participate in our Project Search program obtain competitive employment at the end of the year. And this is an annual statistic that has been solid for the last few years. And then our students in our Jeffco Transition Services program, which is our program serving young adults 18 to 21 with disabilities, provided we have consent from families, 100% of our students are connected to critical post-school agencies that help them with things like independent or assisted living, competitive employment, or further education. So those are a few highlights of things that you won't see in terms of data in this presentation, but we could not share with you today. All right, so the first round of data we're going to get into is the post-secondary workforce readiness metrics. Again, this is structured with things that are bright spots, things that we think could be accelerated, and then we'll connect it back to Jeffco Thrives 2025. One thing that I want to share with you is that some of the bright spots could also be areas of acceleration. So for example, Jeffco's dropout rates are lower than the state average. At the same time, our dropout rates have marginally increased over time since 2018. That is both a bright spot in comparison to the state, but an area we might want to focus some attention on, okay? All right, so bright spots, beginning with 4-year district graduation and dropout rates. So Jeffco's 4-year graduation rate for the class of 2022 is 84.9%, which you can see is higher than the state average. And Jeffco's dropout rate for the class of 2022 is 1.8%, which is lower than the state average. Both are close to returning to pre-pandemic metrics and levels if you look back to 2018. But as I mentioned, the dropout rate, although lower than the state, is substantially higher than it was in 2018. Give you a moment to look over that. Okay. Sticking with graduation rates, now we're going to look by instructional program service type. So these are students who fall into a certain type of category, program, or service that they receive. So, for example, students with disabilities or students who are English language learners. Jeffco's graduation rates are greater than the state's average in every category except for gifted and talented. You can see that we are about just a small few percentage points behind in gifted and talented in comparison to the state. At the same time, the students who are identified as gifted and talented exceed the average district graduation rate. So Jeffco's dropout rates are the same or lower than the state's averages in every category except limited English proficient, migrant, and homeless. And then our learners falling into these categories are performing at similar levels or outperforming their peers who also fall into these categories across our state. So that's another way you could look at that. Okay, so when you disaggregate the data by ethnicity, gender, and students who graduate on time or late, we are outperforming the state in all areas except for one. So Jeffco's graduation rates are greater than the state averages across all ethnicities and genders, with the exception of Black/African American female students. Jeffco's dropout rates are lower than the state's averages across all ethnicities. And Jeffco remains above the state averages on 4-year, 5-year, 6-year, and 7-year graduation rates, with about 5% of Jeffco's graduates graduating in years 5 through 7. One thing that Mr. Weiss pointed out to me earlier that I think is an important consideration is that with our graduation rate being 84.5%, that doesn't necessarily mean the other 15.5% of students are not graduating. They just may not be graduating on time. And there are a lot of reasons why kids don't graduate in 4 years. Some need additional support in terms of remedial instruction. Some students are participating in CTE programs, and it takes them longer to earn the credits that they need for graduation. And previously, this is no longer the case, students who met the minimum graduation requirements but needed special education services would be counted as graduates in years 5, 6, and 7 as opposed to the year that they actually met the requirements. That's no longer true. So when you're looking at that data, that would be an important consideration. All right, so sticking with the same set of data, we're going to look at some areas for focused acceleration. So Jeffco's graduation rates decreased 0.9 percentage points from the previous year. Jeffco's dropout rates increased 0.3 percentage points from the previous year. And along the same lines, despite being lower in some but not all categories, the graduation rates for students identified as students with disabilities, limited English proficient, economically disadvantaged, migrant, Title I, and homeless are lower than the district's graduation rate of 84.9. So again, while we may exceed the state averages in some categories, our students identified in these categories are lower than the district average. Jeffco's dropout rates for students belonging to one or more of these categories, with the exception of gifted and talented students, is higher than the district's dropout rate, with the district dropout rate being 1.8. A couple of observations that we made are graduation rates are disproportionately lower and dropout rates are disproportionately higher for students of color when compared to the district's overall graduation and dropout rates. And graduation and dropout disparities exist between genders. The tables were very large, so I would refer to the report for more details. So that brings us to what are we going to do about this? How do the areas of acceleration, but also the areas that we identified as bright spots, connect back to our strategic plan? So one is working towards creating a culture of data-driven practices and decision-making. And one way we can encourage that and put data at the fingertips of our stakeholders is having a data dashboard to monitor key indicators in real time and ensure every 9th grade student remains on track to graduate by the end of freshman year with a minimum of 6 credits. So things that we could put at the fingertips of our stakeholders are things like, how many credits does the student have? What kind of grades are they getting? What does their attendance look like? So on and so forth, so that we can take immediate action. Another key initiative is healthy and equitable start times. We know the correlation to late starts for adolescents and how that supports student achievement. We also know that our students need access to timely and effective intervention and support, which our data dashboard could support us with. And we intend to provide that access to timely and effective intervention support through the strategic use of high dosage tutoring and credit recovery, and also ensuring Tier 2 and 3 supports and materials are available to address the wide range of student needs we have in our schools. We also know that the last two are strong predictors of future success. So 2 goals that we've outlined in our strategic plan is ensuring all students reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade, and ensuring every student is proficient in mathematics at 5th and 8th grades. Dr. Kim and Renee, is there anything you'd like to add to this particular section? Okay. All right. So the next set of data that we're looking at are other career and college pathway metrics. So again, these are the things that we identified that we know correlate somewhat with post-secondary success. So we're going to dive into the first section being the total rate and number of students matriculating into a career certificate program. We saw an increase from 2018 to 2021. So we were at 9.1, we're now at 13.9. It's slightly lower than, I believe, the previous year, but trending in the right direction. The total number of students enrolled in a career technical education class of at least a half to a full credit has increased over time. And Marna, and she can correct me if I'm wrong here, the reason that we don't have data for 2018 to 2019 is because the key terms, concentrators and participators, the state changed how they're defining those terms, which if we would have included the data would not have been apples to apples, it would have been apples to oranges. So we did not feel it was important to include at this point in time. But you can see from 2020 to now, we have comparative data that's more apples to apples than we would have had in 2018. Thank you. The total number of students earning certifications increased over 70% from 468 in 2021 to 798 in 21-22. In 2022, we had 4,491 students engage in work-based learning activities. During the 21-22 school year, we had 3,222 students who are concurrently enrolled, and collectively they earned 25,013 college credits before leaving high school, amounting to $3.8 million in tuition savings passed on to students and families. Again, I just want to go back to what this number could be with the innovative idea of having a remote concurrent enrollment program, removing some barriers that may get in the way of students accessing concurrent enrollment. I also just want to highlight, we've been talking a lot about the importance of common bell times. One thing we learned going through this process is that in the absence of common bell times, sometimes the college class and the first period class, for example, at a high school overlap, so students aren't able to actually do concurrent enrollment because of that common bell time being inconsistent. The percentage of graduates enrolling, so moving on to areas of focused acceleration, the percentage of graduates enrolling in higher education are lower than pre-pandemic rates. So you can see 2018 to 2021, we've seen decreases in the number of students moving on to 2-year institutions, 4-year institutions, but we've seen an increase in the number of students matriculating to career technical education. The district's overall SAT scale score has somewhat declined since 2018, although evidence-based reading and writing results have remained stable since 2019. So this is both a potential area for focus, but also potentially a bright spot. So what are we doing? Again, the connection back to Jeffco Thrive's connection. So looking to have implementation of a data dashboard to monitor key indicators in real time and ensure all students are on track to demonstrate post-secondary workforce readiness for at least one measure in reading, writing, and communicating, and one measure in mathematics by the middle of 11th grade. Again, healthy and equitable start and end times. Utilizing our PSAT and SAT data more intentionally than perhaps we have in the past for individual students, and overall school and district data analysis to ensure courses within the student experience are preparing students for post-secondary life, enhancing our ICAP process to ensure all students graduate from Jeffco with the knowledge and skills needed for post-secondary life, expanding CTE, concurrent enrollment, and internship opportunities within Jeffco as an organization while increasing access, and then going back to what we know are strong predictors of future success, and that is ensuring all students reading on grade level by the beginning of third grade and ensuring every student is proficient in mathematics at 5th and 8th grades. Anything you would add, Kim or Renee? Okay, so I know that was a lot of information in a short amount of time for a 40-page report. Here are the questions that we asked ourselves as we were putting this report together. So in turn, we want to ask you the same questions. What important points seem to pop out as you read through the monitoring report? What seems to be surprising or unexpected, if anything? What are some patterns, categories, or trends that are emerging? And what's missing or what would be helpful to know as we try to improve this report and make sure that the report is of the greatest value?
Great. So we'll pause here to provide some feedback, not just on questions and comments we may have on the data content itself, but also on how it's being presented to us as a board for our future decision making. So I'll open it up. Is there anyone who would like to get us started with questions or comments or discussion? Yep, Director Reed.
First, thank you so much. I think this is a very good indication of how this process is going to go. This was very much what I would have wanted to see. And I did very carefully read the 40 pages. And so I had a pretty good idea of what was here and what wasn't here. And I feel like I could have skimmed the 40 and been okay with this. So I very much appreciate that. I have a few things that I have questions about. In answer to your question about like what was left out that I might be curious about, and it may be because it's ultimately irrelevant for this board, but there was information on our charter schools in those 40 pages that's not included here. And I don't know if that is because ultimately we don't really have a lot to say about that. That's their board, and so it was left out. I'm seeing nods. Does that sound right?
Yeah, one thing I want to comment on the district data that was presented, it is inclusive of charter school data. In the report, we thought you might like to see some of that data disaggregated. We weren't sure to what extent you would want it to be disaggregated. So keep that in mind as you look at the big picture.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm wondering, since one of the areas that is fairly dramatic that is in need of acceleration is the achievement of our students who are experiencing homelessness. Are we working with any other government agencies on that, with, say, the county commissioners or city councils? Because while we can certainly address what we can at school, so much of, I think, what's going on there is the trauma of not having a home.
Yeah, so I'm going to phone a friend. Tara over here shaking her head yes. I'm going to let her comment on those partnerships.
Yep. So we have a team of 6 community family connections liaisons that are within our Title I department that directly support and provide outreach to our families who are experiencing homelessness. So any of our McKinney-Vento eligible or our unaccompanied youth receive a wraparound supports to ensure that homelessness does not become a barrier to academic success and outcomes. So we work really closely with Jeffco Human Services, with the Medicaid office, providing any sorts of benefits that you can imagine that our families would need experiencing homelessness. But Jeffco Human Services is our biggest partner in that space, and my team has them on speed dial. We have meetings there on behalf of families, work really closely with guardian ad litem. But yes, absolutely, we are working really closely with lots of agencies to make certain that the homelessness doesn't create a barrier for our students.
Okay, I greatly appreciate that. I'm curious, since we are looking to improve, is that something, would you say that we are maintaining a level that we've had, or do you think that we have increased that contact?
We have actually increased that context. So our CFC team is grown over the last couple of years, and the number of families that are experiencing homelessness is growing. And so we're trying to keep up with the demands of the needs of our students. But we provide, and we provide a lot of resources in house too. Like, we're not having to outsource some of that. We also have a tight partnership with the Jeffco Connections Collaborative, with a lot of community partners there, including at the county level. We have partners within Human Services that are supporting homeless outreach at the county level that we're collaborating with. If you are aware, the White Swan has a homeless shelter for families that the Jeffco Connections Collaborative Group has been, actively partnered with. We have a lot of families that are taking advantage of that resource as well. And but yes, we are leaning on a lot of our community partners, but our team has grown in response. The number of families experiencing homelessness is growing, and the outreach and the partnerships that we have with groups at the county level is growing and strengthening as well. We have a lot of food partners. We have a lot of faith-based partners that also are leaning in, both formally and informally, to try to provide wraparounds to our families. And so I actually believe this is a point of pride in an area where we are doing everything within our power to support our families who are experiencing homelessness.
Okay, that is really good to hear. As we look at so many of the groups that we want to concentrate on, even those that that are going well, but we want to do better with, as we disaggregate that data. One of the things that I've spoken with Superintendent Dorland about, and I just want to bring it up again, is the critical importance of understanding restorative practice. Because we know that students who are suspended from school, each suspension dramatically increases the chances that they will drop out. And certainly when we expel students, they don't graduate. And so I am very invested in trying to decrease suspension and expulsion rates for students, not only because they miss the instruction, which they do, and that really causes problems, but because we also know that for a student to graduate, they really need to feel like they are part of a community. And so using restorative practices whenever we can, and punishment as little as we can, greatly increases their connection to the school and increases their chances of graduating.
Yeah, and I'll let Tara comment on this, but we share an interest in minimizing the exclusionary disciplinary practices. And I'll let you comment on the restorative practices through the Student Engagement Office.
So we can talk. Dave and I actually had just a quick sidebar as you made that comment. And actually, we do have a function of our school review team that is really looking at the least exclusionary discipline possible for students that would technically, not technically, but according to policy, be recommended for expulsion. Really looking at the least exclusionary consequence for students, and really using expulsion as little as possible. And so we're already seeing a steady decline in the students that have been recommended and are actually expelled at this point in time. I would like to say that we have a systemic practice for restorative practices across the district. We have a lot of schools that have engaged, and we have a strong coalition of the willing of schools that really have embraced that framework. We do have a restorative practices team as part of our school, as our Department of Student Discipline, under Gretchen Carden, who is our Director of Student Discipline. So we have a coordinator and two liaisons that work side by side and provide professional learning within our schools around restorative practices. But it really does go back to that strategic plan, really with our district values of creating that culture of belonging, where we have students that feel safe, seen, and supported, and that commitment to an inclusive climate and culture is really one of our overarching initiatives as a district, and something that will have tremendous impact on that lived experience for the student. But know that we have a very busy restorative practices team and a group of highly skilled educators that come together to make student-centered decisions and recommendations in the lane of expulsion as well. So really trying to take a very restorative approach and have prevention models in place so that, hopefully that we don't have to, use expulsion as the mechanism to help change behavior.
And I want to clarify for anyone who's watching that obviously I'm not talking about to the detriment of safety. That when we're talking about a student that is a threat to other students, that of course we would remove them from the ability to hurt other students. But we have many things that we often suspend students for that are not violent. I'm sorry, Superintendent Dorland, were you going to say something?
Yeah, no, I think that's a helpful clarification because it's always a balance that we're looking to strike and ensure that safety is first in our schools and the most important thing that we do for our students and our staff. I do also just want to mention that in October, the board has scheduled a monitoring report for 3.1, which is the end that every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences. And as part of that monitoring report, there will be a substantial amount of discipline data shared with the board at that time. And then just to your safety comment, there will be some monitoring of safety at another point, safety practices and data that we know about what's going on in our schools around safety at another time in the year. I can't find it right now because I'm multitasking. But I just want to put that on the radar because I think it is connected. And we'll find, I think, over the course of this first year of doing these monitoring reports, that so many of your ends are connected with one another and sometimes dependent upon practices in another area for us to make progress. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm chewing up a lot of time here. What is the national trend for students enrolling in college? I'm wondering if that's affecting, you said that we have fewer students enrolling, but it feels like from what I'm reading that people are increasingly believing that perhaps college is not the only way forward and that perhaps those enrollments are down nationally?
Yeah, I can't speak accurately on the national results, so that would be something that we can certainly provide. I'm not sure if there's any comments that you might have about national statistics.
The latest data that I have seen is that we are somewhat mirroring that, but I will bring you exact statistics because I don't want to quote something that's inaccurate. But yes, we are seeing data that more and more of our students are exploring ways that they can pursue a passion within a career, a technical field, military career, a living wage job. But we also are still seeing over 50% of our kids that are pursuing higher education in some way, shape, or form.
And then I assume, and this is just sort of an observation, that as we explore High School 2.0, we'll be looking at increasing CTE opportunities for students across the district?
Yes, and Renee could probably comment on this. We are. That is a action item that's outlined in our strategic plan, is to expand CTE and make it more accessible. Do you want to comment on the career hubs?
Just a little bit. Right now, we are piloting Career Hub model, which is basically a career center within two of our high schools this year, Green Mountain High School and Nevada High School. And it's a center that's put together. It's staffed by one employee, and they are there to support student internships, coordination of those types of things, career exploration. It's also an opportunity for our industry partners to come in and work with our students, give live demonstrations, and talk to them about career opportunities that are aligned to some of the demonstrated competencies that our students have. And so we have two of the pilots that we launched this year, and then we're using grant dollars. We're looking to launch two more next year at two more of our high schools. 4 total, yeah. So that's exciting work to really help promote expansion of those pathways.
Thanks, Director Reed. Next.
Please.
So when you presented on the CTE increases and you said it's trending in the right way, and then when you asked about continuation to college. So like one has to replace the other, right? So we'll expect fewer students to go to 2- and 4-year colleges as that trend, you said trends in the right way, goes up. Like one will have to go down while the other goes up. And that's just what we should expect.
Actually, no. One is not exclusive of the other. So we do have students that haven't taken advantage of either opportunity, and our goal is to certainly create exposure and give kids opportunities to see career exploration, see opportunities for them to study within fields that either A, we have capacity to enroll them, or B, we have capacity to build new programming. And so certainly Martin and her team are always working with industry partners and looking at economic forecasting to see how do we do that, and how do we provide those kinds of opportunities new and or expanded, right? We have that. We also do have populations of students that may choose to go into CTE fields in high school, but still pursue 4-year or 2-year higher education pursuits. For example, if they go into a pre-engineering program, that might be a CTE field that they get a number of credits in, but still go on to pursue a 4-year university, if that makes sense to you. And so we don't necessarily take kids out of a 4-year pursuit to go CTE or vice versa. Sometimes it's the expansion of both, and sometimes it's getting kids into programming that they weren't in programming already because of interest areas that they have. So both of those things can be true, if that makes sense.
There's like 100 kids. They could count towards all of, or either 2 or 4-year, I'm guessing, plus
get some CTE credentials on their way up. Absolutely.
I'd even go so far as to say it might even help with college and career choices once they get there, because they might choose a pathway that they don't know very much about. They want at the beginning of their college career, but then drop out of that and choose a different pathway now that they've learned a little bit more about it. So we do provide that opportunity too for early exposure, so they do make some, I guess you could say, more informed choices when they do go to college.
Just a comment on my comment of trending in the right direction. So when we look at your board statement around every student will develop life skills, ... to succeed in life after graduation, we look at the CTE pathway as a program that positioned kids for that success after high school. So the number of students who are earning those CTE industry certificates, from our perspective in relationship to your board statement, is trending in the right direction, or we're on track for setting kids up for success after school.
In my previous district, we used to say, it's not your great grandfather's CTE, right? And so I think sometimes those of us who haven't been exposed to career and technical education recently tend to have this frame of what it might have looked like when we were in school, or our parents or grandparents, where it was wood shop, right? And what we really have seen a shift in, which I think is hugely beneficial to our students, is more of a career-connected learning model in the CTE arena. And we're really excited to talk with you all and our communities and our staff about this as we begin the High School 2.0 work, and advancing career-connected learning for our high school students. So they do have that opportunity to explore pathways, but at the same time, make sure that they're engaged in the right content aligned with the standards as well. So it's a balance, but
One reason I was asking about it, I wasn't trying to be judgmental about CTE, but I'm a professor at UCD, and they've been rolling out their strategic plan for the next few years for the University of Colorado, and it's based on huge growth, lots and lots of new students coming. And so having this lens, watching declining enrollment, and then like numbers where we have fewer students going, and then the universities around us creating long-term strategic plans on growth of new students coming in, it's just really interesting to see the disconnect between our university expectations and what's happening at the K-12 level. And every time I bring it up, they explain it away.
Yeah. And at the community college level, we have the similar drop in enrollment. And I think it's that connection that's a much more real on the ground. I mean, it's concerning. But as a CTE credentialed faculty member, but I'm in the business program. And it's, I have a lot of our Jeffco students that come in and they take that 3-credit class, and, they're not getting they're not graduating with an AA while they graduate high school, but it's part of their journey, which is really fun. Other comments, questions? I don't know if you have other questions or comments while you're rolling.
All right. One thing that I think would be helpful is to see some of the data across different parts of the district. Something that I feel like I've become more aware of over the last year is how different parts of our district are. Like, for example, last time I mentioned the differences, and it says on here all kids, for healthy and equitable start times, and yet this area I'm in Arvada does not have that. So it's not true that we're providing all of the same resources across the district at all of our different schools. So it'd be helpful to see the data broken up that way so that we could build interventions and programs that address it by the areas in which these kids live.
If there are certain data points that you want to see by school, we have the ability to produce that and can provide some supplemental materials. A lot of it is already produced. We sifted through a lot of individual school data and for this purpose summarized it as a district, but we can do that.
I just wanted to concur with Dr. Varda that I think too that would be really helpful by Arctic area or however we're looking at sort of zones to see where there may be some barriers to certain things. And I think specifically, I know with sort of some concurrent enrollment programs at some high schools, it's incredibly robust, and there are 100 classes to choose from. That could be an exaggeration. And at others, there may be 5. And why? Is it capacity? Is it the will and desire of leadership? They're really into it or not? I mean, I think that there's a lot of reasons. But it would be nice to be able to see how I don't know if leveling the playing field is the right term, because I want it to be not leveled, but accelerated for all. But I think those kinds of things would be really, really helpful to see so we can figure out how to best support that equity across different Arctic areas.
Absolutely.
Yep, Doctor, go ahead. Director Miller.
This was wonderful. Thank you very much. It's very comprehensive and meaty. And I agree with the 40 pages. I probably wanted I would like more. But so I'm going to start at the bottom. What's missing or would be helpful to know? And there's a lot of whys in here. Why did this happen? Or why do you see this happening? So, for example, I can look at the English performance for the SATs, and that one went up. But that's in alignment with what we've seen also with our CMAS scores as well, and CMAT and our MAP scores. I would suggest that that data is related to those children who still stayed in school versus those children who left, and that's my why. But I don't know if that's your why. So a lot of this data would be helpful as to your insight as to why this is happening, so that we can, similar to what was said before, do we need to redirect resources in a different way? We've talked about higher dose tutoring in certain areas. So that would be what's missing or helpful to know.
Yeah, and we agree with that. The root cause analysis or causation of why some of this data is the way it is something that we're interested in too. And certainly could be something that we look to incorporate into the future. It will be a much meatier report for you to sift through.
Great. That's just one thing I think we all would want to understand, so we can help direct superintendent to redirect resources accordingly.
Yeah, we tried to be very objective and matter of fact for this first report.
Right. Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The other question I had is that would be helpful for the IB and AP, is just the performance for those that take those assessments or take those tests, knowing who gets credit for them. So, for example, 4s and 5s on APs are normally college credit. You can get a 3, and that carries you into Colorado. But let's say I have 2,000 children that take AP classes across the board, and maybe this goes back to the articulation area discussion as well, which is who actually is getting those AP credits. And because that way we would be able to understand who's really teaching the class, because there's been discussions about AP and IB and what kids are really getting out of them. So that would be helpful to me to understand. And it might be by school, it might be by just U.S. history or AP economics or whatever that is, but that would be helpful to understand.
Okay.
We can certainly add a section that indicates what AP offerings and what IB offerings are at each of our schools, how many people are taking the test, and what the success rates are, because we have that data as well,
Right.
each year annually, so we can incorporate that in the next version.
Okay, that would be great. And that might be also helpful on your dashboards because I know my high school back home shows both. And that's helpful to understand how schools are delivering those opportunities for kiddos. And if it makes sense to pay that money to go for that class and then I'm not prepared, that's a problem that we need to address because that's money out the door that I know I've paid it.
And along those lines, Marta, Renee, and I discussed yesterday just concurrent enrollment, similar, right? So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marta, that, when we choose the concurrent enrollment course offerings, we tend to stick with core content areas that have a high likelihood of transferability to college credit or where every student may go to college. So just a note that we want you to be aware of.
Right. Great. Thank you. And then if you could go to page 21 for me, please. I don't have it on my screen, and it just went through quickly. Slide
The advanced placement.
21. It showed us the 2-year and 4-year CTE component.
I don't know what the numbers are, sorry.
There aren't numbers, so I can't. So I don't have the title page.
The matriculation?
Okay, so if you could just help me.
Sorry, let's leave this up. It's the same slide as the bright spot, different colors.
Right. So if I'm just looking at how these numbers are adding, do I add these numbers or like 4-year institutions plus 2 years institutions all rate? Do those numbers add up? Or is there something else in the all?
Correct. These are the total number of students in a given year that attended or matriculated into a 2-year institution, 4-year institution, or CTE industry certificate program. And not all students will have gone to 2-year, 4-year, or career tech ed.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So if I was to add, okay, so it's not just the 4-year plus 2-year equals all. You have to add the CTE 4-year, 2-year to add up to all. Does that add up?
I will clarify those data points.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And the reason why we have a 0 in the military column is that they're a full year behind us in terms of providing data, so we don't have accurate data from them. So it's going to indicate a 0, whereas we don't necessarily know that number according to the background that we have.
Okay. I might have to come back to this one.
Okay.
But
Yeah, we can.
I could just add about the CTE
Right.
certification. That does include our kids who earn and recognize certification at the state. So it will include the number of students that we have that are 12th graders that actually completed industry certification.
So let me say that again, just so that our listening public can also hear. In the 2-year institutions, it's students who matriculated to a 2-year institution. In the 4-year, it's those who went to a 4-year. In the all, it includes those students and some who might have gone into workforce, but also achieved a certificate.
so maybe then for this table,
Is that accurate, Marna, what I said? Okay, let's work on this and get back to you with some clarification in your weekly update because it is confusing.
yeah, that would be helpful just because kind of going back to what you were saying before, how are we identifying kiddos and
What I think, if I understand this, the CT is a certification they got, but the other is where they went.
Right.
And so it's kind of like, why are
Right.
you in this table?
And some CTE completion of programs don't qualify as 2-year institution or 4-year institution. If you went through a program that isn't a full 2-year program, you may have completed a CTE credential, but not gone to a 2-year institution to do it or a 4-year institution to do it.
Line where it says CTE is where they went.
It is a pathway.
That's what they went there after. It's not something they got in high school.
some of it is high school and some of it is post high school. So that's where we need to clarify that.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah.
yeah. It sounds like some clarification just on.
Yeah,
what
we'll
these
clarify
means.
how these numbers were calculated and what exactly they mean.
Thank you.
You bet.
That's all I really wanted. Okay. And then for just two more questions and I'll be finished. For the PSAT and SAT, are we able to find out the percentage that actually are college and career ready with those assessments? So, for example, I know the average score is X of the students that took that assessment or took the PSAT and SAT. What percentage of our kiddos are college and career ready based on those tests? Because if I'm understanding you correctly, that's a merger of all of your data sets across the entire district. And so I'd just like to know how we are preparing our kiddos for that.
You'll see that data in the report that you're going to get in February.
Oh,
Mid-year data, I have that for you.
then never mind. That was anticipatory. Thank you. And then the other one for the data dashboard that you all are building or putting together, are you thinking of using any of the predictive analytics that we get from MAP to be thoughtful about, let's say we see what happens in third grade and X percent are 75% or 70% are on reading level, but 30% are not. And we can see in the MAP analytics that X percent are not going to be on reading level in 3 years. Would we be using that information to do interventions? How are you guys envisioning you would use that for your work?
So I'm working with a team of people from Dr. Eaton's team, from Jeremy Felker's team, from IT, and from our ALT team. They are bringing together approximately between 50 and 70 stakeholders throughout the district, asking the question, what do you need the data to tell you? And predictive analytics is one of those pieces. So the simple answer is yes. Part of it's going to be iterative in nature. We're going to start with the easiest data that people need immediately in terms of creating dashboards. And from there, we will continue to produce greater and greater levels of what people need to look at that help tell us those things. So simply yes, it's just a matter of time of producing each of those different pieces. But folks are already talking about that piece. So thank you for that.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much.
Dr. Parker.
Thanks. This was great. Thank you so much. I know it's a lot of work, a lot of information, and it's really helpful. I have 3 questions. One of them is when you are determining how many students have enrolled in higher education, either 2-year or 4-year, is that just numbers that you know of before they graduate? So in other words, if they enroll 6 months later or next year, is there any way to know that?
I don't know the answer to that, but that's another point that we can follow up on in terms of how those numbers are figured.
Yeah, because if it's like self-reported, you see, and it's not self-reported.
No, it's not self-reported. We get data from the clearinghouse that monitors where our students enroll after they've graduated from Jeffco. Now, there's some limitations in that in terms of certain private universities and or, if they go out of the country, that kind of thing makes it harder for us to follow. But we do get a huge body of evidence from the clearinghouse annually as far as where our students go and enroll. So like I said, the data is, I would call it mostly accurate because we have a hard time if a student were to go internationally or that kind of thing, as far as what gets followed and what gets tracked. Mara, would you add to that? I know your team works with that data quite a bit.
Okay, thanks. Secondly, especially around the homeless students we had been talking about, is there some way we can tie attendance statistics, especially for the ones, the at-risk kids that are lower performing? Because I think that would help figure out the whys that were brought up.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of different factors that you want to take into consideration when you're looking at this data. Absenteeism, disciplinary data, all sorts of data are helpful data points that would help us determine root causes for why things might be the way they are. It's not data that we have available at our fingertips at this point in time that I'm aware of, but I think moving forward, it will be a data point that we can easily pull through a data dashboard. Now, don't hear me wrong. We have the data It's just my ability to pull it like in this instant is not something that is feasible.
And for the future, then, would that information be appropriate for this end in this presentation in the future?
We can certainly include it in this one if you want it, but it will be a part of another ends. When we went through the exercise of each of your different end statements, we identified all the data sources that made the most sense to connect to that ends. And part of that is also to come back to you and say, if you want to see it multiple times because you see it connected to other ends, we absolutely can do that based on your feedback.
Great. And my last question is, when you talked about the compliance statements that would be coming, explain what you anticipate those to be.
Yeah, so similar to what we did today, just the things that we see as being on track, are they the same things that you see being on track? And also your end statement uses the word every. So when we talk about compliance, are we saying 100% or is compliance a different threshold? So that's some direction that we'll need from you in terms of what you see as compliance. So then we can report back to you in relationship to this data, what we believe that is. So it'll be in the form of on track areas of focused acceleration once we've received a little bit more input on how you're interpreting that.
And when would we be providing that input? What point would we discuss it?
Well, I think, we've contemplated a model that Matt took you through today, and you saw kind of in the report itself that says, the end statements are big and broad, and so it's not as easy as saying yes, no. And if we push ourselves to sort of a black and white yes, no, it really masks some of what's important detail that many of you have said. It would be helpful to know, why is this happening, so that we can understand the nuances of all the complications involved and all the connections. And so what we plan to do is draft something that has a section in the compliance statement around what's on track and what is in need of acceleration, so that we're just being upfront and honest about, we have some things that are working and we have some things that we need to focus on based on the data we've reviewed. Now, there are some policies that are end statements that are simpler than this one. And I think it might be helpful for the board to consider going into 1.4 with Renee. Did I do that right? 1.3 with Renee, because that's a little bit of a simpler policy. So it's kind of nice that you're having a more complicated one and then a simpler one to look at, and then letting us know if this frame of on track and acceleration is at least something we should do for next week. And then you guys can see it and react to it, and we can continue to refine this as we try to make sense of complicated monitoring reports that then need some sort of summation.
My response to that, and this is a good dialogue, I think, to have, especially as we're beginning the process of receiving monitoring reports, is that my understanding, this compliance is compliance with the board ends. It's compliance with what we've put forth for the district to achieve. So if there is something that we as a board say, that's not what we're looking for, that's not what we need something different, to me, that's how we put our input in around the compliance piece to be able to make sure that these are responsive to what we need. So I think the answer would be now, anytime, as we go, because I think that there's a great value in them being iterative, so that as we are figuring out what those nuances are, we can ask for them to be responsive to what we need. So that would be my short answer.
And I would add too, with the data that we provided you, is this the data you had in mind when you developed your end statements? Did we provide you the right data to align with that? That's a question that you have to answer. And if that's the case, then we can comment on the areas that Superintendent Dorland described in terms of on track and focused areas of acceleration.
Director Reed, did you have a comment that you wanted to, or question?
Well, I was just going to say, if I understand what we're asking about when it comes to compliance is, it sounds like you're asking for a threshold. There's sort of, if we say every, what does that mean, right? Because really to say that by next year, we will have a 100% graduation rate, a 100% enrollment in college or CTE, some post-secondary, like that's unrealistic, right? But how do we know if we're at least getting to everybody? And it's one of the reasons as an educator I didn't particularly care for rubrics, is that I don't like saying this is good enough. And so I would say that I'm looking for growth year after year. I'm looking to see our graduation rates increase every year, our dropout rates decrease every year, our student achievement as measured by a variety of things showing an overall trend toward growth every year, with the idea that perhaps one day we will get to 100%, that is what we are going for, and that we'll never say, you know what, we're at 90, we're good, right? So that, to me, if I were going to try to set a threshold, it would look like that.
That's helpful. And again, this first report serves as a baseline for us to have future comparisons. And I think we would expect, given our strategic plan and the action steps that we take, that we see that growth year to year so that we can be able to say, yes, we're making progress towards the end statements that you've provided us with.
Director Parker, did you have another question or comment? Okay, I just have a couple, and then we can go around again if there are some remaining stuff. So the first is I really appreciate, and I feel like it's like chickens coming home to roost, asking for alignment for many years, and seeing it is wonderful. So thank you for creating that continuity, and this is what we've said we want to do, and here's how it's translating to all of these areas in which we're tracking how well we are of service to our students. So I really appreciate that. One of the pieces, and I understand this is the baseline, so this is just thinking ahead, that would be helpful to know is there is a lot of sort of these are the mechanisms through which we will be tracking. This is what we're looking for. The how is a little bit it's a little bit less present, right? It's like, here's how it aligns to our strategic plan. That's still a what, not a how. I think what will be really helpful to know moving forward is as we receive these monitoring reports post baseline, to be able to pull out some of those hows that have been particularly effective. So as we know more about what specific interventions or ways of operating or resources or whatever it is, or training, to create those connections will be incredibly helpful, particularly as we look at, are there things that we need to sunset and are no longer in that strong, this is how, in producing what we're looking to see. I would love to have a whole section and be able to dialogue about that. And then the second one, Director Varda brought that one up. Okay, that one's not there anymore. Oh, timeline. So for the data dashboard, I know we've talked a lot about data culture and the data dashboard. Can we get a sense of what the timeline is for that?
So the team is looking to have at least a couple of demo examples to you of what they've put together in that March timeframe this year. So we're working on it and we're playing with it. Let me just say that right now. And so it's coming, and the team has put together the data lake, and I'm going to use some of these terms that probably won't make sense necessarily to everybody, with the data that we do have, making sure that we have the connections. And as Chief Information Officer Ibeck says, we have the plumbing started to be put together to create the visuals, and we'll be ready to start showing you some of the preliminary visuals of what that's going to look like with demos. And then obviously the iterative process as we keep building it out more and more in a more sophisticated way as we go over time.
I also just want to let you know, and our listening public, and very much appreciative that this structure is in place, that Ms. Ibeck is working with her team and Dr. Kim to include the TD pack in the work that we are doing on our data dashboard. So they are being updated, I think soon, or maybe a second time or whatever. They're being brought along so that they can give us input on what we're building and how they're feeling about it. And I think it could be beneficial for the board to have a conversation with TD Pack at some point once we begin to demo some samples of what we've created.
Yeah, Chief Ibeck has in mind bringing TD Pack as a part of the discussion and the demo as when we do bring it to you, so that you know sort of their vantage point and their area of expertise and questions along the way. So that's all part of the plan.
Great, thank you so much. And then just one final piece, and I, as we looked at, and for this one particularly, 1.4 is that one? There are a lot of sources of data, it looks like, at least on that list, about the measures that were selected to be able to provide this information to us. And then I know we have, as part of our sort of vision, this world-class education, and we've had a conversation from as board about there is the sort of measurement against the state, and I think that makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons, obviously, to have. One of the things I think, again, as we move forward and think about what does the translation of world-class mean, as we are kind of putting these pieces in place to, what are they called? Acceleration areas, to keep that vision around the world-class piece of how would we measure that too? And we can say Colorado class, I guess, but if we've said world-class, then I think some of those measures need to reflect that as well. And I'm not saying they don't. I just don't know enough about them to be able to tell that story. And I'd like for that to be highlighted too.
We share that. And that's something we talked about potentially incorporating into the next round of report once we get some feedback on how you see the data.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing about that? Some of that is dependent upon the systems that we adopt and utilize. And so one of the things we have had a conversation about as a leadership team is utilizing tools like our SSIS tool for social emotional learning and mental health measures for students that is nationally normed, so that we can present you data that we know is comparable across other districts that might be similar to us in other communities. Because in Colorado, we are different. We're the second largest. We have very different demographics than the first largest. And so while we can do some internal state comparisons, there are some districts and some just trends across the nation that we want to be paying attention to as well. So that's an important piece, but we have to have the tools to be able to see those measures across states.
Okay, I'm going to do a last call only because we need to move on to 1.3, and I think we'll have some of those conversations can continue. Director Varda?
Well, you asked the question, are we seeing the data that we would want to see? The only reason I find that question a little hard to ask is like I don't know what data I don't know about, and I don't need you to answer this now, but I'm curious, what data did you decide not to include because you didn't think it was relevant? So it's just hard to answer that question when I don't really know.
Yeah. No, I can answer that. To piggyback off of Mary Parker's question, I considered absenteeism. We considered disciplinary data. I thought maybe we should go back and look at our third grade reading data. And, there's so many data sources that you could connect back to this report. This is what we narrowed it down to. We also discussed national comparisons. We only provided you state comparisons. So those are data sources that we have the ability to provide you. We just didn't at this point in time.
And this is a little bit back into the weeds, but I just was curious what you make of the graduation rate for our migrant families and students in that category is highest of all of the different program service types, and yet their dropout rate is also extraordinarily higher than the average and any of the others, including our students experiencing homelessness. So what do you make of that their graduation rate is so high, but their dropout rate is so high?
Yeah, it stood out as a data point of concern. That's my initial reaction. We haven't necessarily had the opportunity to dive into why is this the way it is? And honestly, I don't know. It's a conversation that we need to have more dialogue within our academic leadership team.
Well, and I would say, given that we are just receiving these data points most recently, that's sort of our team's next step, is to dig into what data stands out to us, what data do we have more questions about, what data do we need to engage our building leaders on in terms of making meaning out of that. And so all of that process occurs probably over the next month or two, honestly, as we now have the data. The hard part is, you don't receive this data until it's December, January from last year, but it's worth going back in and saying, to Director Schooley's point, President Schooley's point, is we've got to ask ourselves what's working, what's not, how do we know, and how do we continue to perpetuate the things that are getting results for kids.
Well, one thing I would anticipate coming out of that conversation are like mobility rates, right? When you have a student who moves from school to school or district to district, there is natural regression that occurs, right? So I would anticipate that mobility rates has a significant role in why we see some of these numbers.
Made me wonder if it's an incorrect data point. It's so inverse.
That's an outlier.
And so I wondered, is it because something to do with migrant families moving or being double counted or not counted in one way or another? It just made me wonder if the data was correct. And in addition to if it is, then what's going on there? Because it doesn't really make sense.
And I can assure you that we had multiple eyes on this report to ensure the accuracy of the data, but we would be happy to go back to verify that that particular data point is accurate, as well as follow up on how certain data points were calculated so you have that clarity.
All right, why don't we move forward with 1.3, and then we can do the same thing and have questions and comments afterwards.
Good afternoon again. Renee Nicothodis, Chief Academic Officer, here to share with you the monitoring report for Board End 1.3. Every student will be taught using evidence-based instructional materials that reflect the global diversity of the world in which students live. We interpreted this end statement to mean that instruction for all Jeffco students is grounded in the use of high-quality instructional materials, as well as practices that are aligned to research and data. Close up. Just a little bit of context from the report. We started talking about curriculum itself. What do we mean by curriculum? What do we mean by resources and materials, and what part do they play in our overall curriculum? Why do instructional resources matter, and why do they have to be coupled with effective professional learning that's aligned to the use of those resources as well as best practices? A resource is a tool like any other, and without the best practices to go along with the use of those resources, you're not going to see the change you might like to see in student outcomes. And then finally, talking about some of our system needs around curriculum management as we purchase new resources. Okay. So again, this was in your report, but just to set the foundation for this conversation today, that we have curriculum and resources and materials for one reason, and that is to help our students learn. Not only do they help our students, but they also help our teachers. They give them a foundation from which to begin their work with aligned scope and sequence. All the materials are right there at their fingertips, so the teachers can truly focus on planning for instructional delivery, progress monitoring, reteach and intervention, and more of that instructional delivery piece. We also believe that it is our responsibility as a district to ensure that funding and high quality instructional materials and guidance around the selection of those is in place to support our schools to make the best possible choices. I just talked about that a little while ago, but when I think about the use of resources and we look at our data, especially yesterday we met with all of our principals and we had a mid-year data dig session where we looked at some of the data. We looked at the projected proficiency from MAP, looked at that report, and had them kind of have conversations around root cause and why do they think the data looks like it does right now. And we saw some really nice celebrations within our high school math data. And a few folks later said, do you think it's because of the implementation of the new math resources? And I said, maybe, but not necessarily, because just the resource itself is not going to ensure improved student outcomes without a lot of other factors. And one of those is professional learning and the support to really use those resources effectively with students. Okay, we were just talking about compliance. And when we say on track, we believe that the things that are listed here and the other things that we have in place show that we are on track to be in compliance with this board ends. We're very proud of the work that's happened around elementary literacy and adopting new comprehensive core resources in all of our elementary schools, which at the end of this year, all of our elementary schools will have adopted a new resource, and two, when I say all, two will implement in the fall a new elementary literacy resource. We also started the adoption and implementation of math resources in 24 of our schools, and we have a plan for the next 2 years to ensure all schools K-12 have a new math resource to implement. We also have recently undergone a social studies review and revision for the standards at the state level, and we are in the process of aligning our curriculum and updating our documents and resources, as well as auditing the materials that we have for our teachers to use to teach social studies, and then making some decisions around what other supports might they need. Do we need to look at creating more documents or supports units of study? Do we need to look at purchasing materials for social studies to ensure we're in alignment with the new standards? We also expect to be engaged in another project for review and revision for science. We don't anticipate too many of the standards to be changing. However, we know that it has been some time since we've had a replacement cycle for science resources and materials, so we may be looking at that as well, beginning in the school year 25-26. You may have noticed that this report did focus on the 4 core content areas. Just wanted to let you know that doesn't mean that this work is not happening in other areas and other content areas. But just for this first report, I chose to just stay focused on the 4 cores, especially as they relate to our strategic plan. Okay, this is a bright spot. In the past, within Jeffco, we have not used an adoption cycle to get us on kind of a proactive, predictable timeline for the review and replacement of our instructional materials. And so we now have this in place. It is aligned to CD's standards review and revision process. And it will allow us to kind of predict out and proactively budget for when we need to do revisions and replacement cycles for our materials. Just putting this visual here to remind you that when we talk about standards revision and curriculum, that there are several components, not just resources, that are involved in that. And it does begin with standards and ensuring that everything within our curriculum is aligned to the standards. At that point, once those things have been revised at the state level and approved, then we start our own processes within Jeffco to make sure that our curriculum and our content and our resources are then aligned to the new standards, and then also attend to any professional learning needs or support any changes to our Jeffco policies that would also go along with that. But backing up, this end statement really is around the use of high quality instructional materials. So if we really look at the implementation work that's happening right now, this is a theory of action that our curriculum and instruction teams have put together. So the problem that we're trying to solve with the new literacy and math resources is that these high quality resources, teachers need to have them along with professional learning to support the best practices to really achieve that culture of instructional excellence. And so if you look at the left, first step in that theory of action is to purchase the resources, distribute them, get them out to our schools, and then begin to engage in the aligned professional learning and coaching around the use of those resources. And we've had many opportunities this year and will continue to need and provide opportunities for teachers, principals, assistant principals, and instructional coaches. And what are those best practices that you should be looking for in classroom observations aligned to that content, but also what should you be looking for with fidelity of implementation with the resource. So it kind of this year really started at that higher level of here's the resource, here's the components of the resource, this is what it would look like in use in a classroom. And then we've started to build in those professional learning opportunities around best practice. We've also done a lot of intentional work around internal coordination between teams here centrally. So working very closely with our school leadership team and our community superintendents to ensure effective implementation. Our Department of Professional Learning, as well as our teaching and learning teams. They're all working together very closely to plan for professional learning, engage in learning walks at the school level, and problem solve and provide supports. And then finally, a big piece of this, which I'll talk a little bit more in depth here in a moment, is this change management component. And it's been many years since, I can't really speak to the last time we had core resources. like hard materials in use in Jeffco. So this has been a significant change for our staff and our school leaders to take these core programs and implement them. Our teachers have been curriculum designers for many years, which is commendable and actually great professional learning as well. But we really want our teachers not searching for materials or making, planning out a scope and sequence. Let's leave that to others to do. But we want them thinking about engagement strategies, again, progress monitoring to make sure students are getting it, planning for reteaching and small group instruction, all those things that come along with actually teaching and not the materials component of that. So we're really having to work through the why behind we're doing this. And we can say it's saving you time, but there are still challenges around implementation and the change management that occurs with that. Teachers often feel a loss of a sense of efficacy in the use of resources as they're learning this new tool, questioning, is this the right thing? It's different than what I've done before. I'm not sure this will get the results I want to get for my students. So really making sure that we are attending to the change management process that's part of this and encouraging leaders at all levels to really champion this change. And then as a result of this theory, we would get to that cultural instructional excellence as measured by these short-term outcomes that we've outlined in our strategic plan and our district UIP. Any questions so far? Okay. Something else, and this is, you sure? Just any pause for clarity, so far so good? Okay. One point I do want to lift up here is we're really proud of the progress we've made around literacy resources, and that a lot of that is in part to your support. So I just want to say thank you again for supporting the purchase of comprehensive core curriculum materials for literacy. And you saw this in the report, but 2-3 years ago, we had 12 different resources in use across Jeffco for teaching core literacy. And now we have 5, and all of those are on the approved list at CDE as comprehensive core materials. So super proud of that progress in just a very short time, that we do have high quality instructional materials in the hands of our teachers. And we also continue to work towards professional learning and supports to help them implement those effectively. But they're in place. So thank you for your support around that. Areas for focused acceleration. And again, they have the materials, they're high quality resources, but we need to continue to push forward with professional learning to support the implementation. We've just started to scratch the surface around that. We've provided learning for our coaches, for our principals, but we need to go deeper around the best practices as well to support those. I talked about the change management needs, and then also I'll talk a little bit about system needs to ensure that we exceed our expectations around this end statement. So we are working with the University of Colorado at Denver on a program evaluation or implementation study. And basically this study is designed to tell us how well are the materials being used and how is teacher practice changing as a result of the use of these new materials. And so the way that this is kind of set up, this program evaluation is organized around a questionnaire that goes out to school-based staff where they're asked to identify their levels of concern with the use of it. And a concern could be a positive or a negative. I'm concerned about being able to do this well, or I'm concerned about teaching foundational skills in a different way than I have in the past. It could also be I have a concern that my students will stay engaged. So we try to identify those, and usually within an initial implementation, teachers are concerned personally. What does this mean for me? What additional planning time am I going to have to put into this? Am I going to be evaluated poorly because I'm learning a new resource? A lot of those initial concerns are around personal. What does this change mean for me? And that's what we're seeing in some of the results we have from the questionnaire. After that, we've been working on an innovation configuration maps with the C&I teams, the curriculum instruction teams, for reading and math. And what that means is they're putting together the maps. They're not rubrics. They are maps that would identify different stages of implementation. So what you could expect to see from a level 0, which means I'm an ostrich, I've got my head in the sand, I haven't even opened the box to this new resource, all the way to a 5 or a 7 of I am using this with fidelity, I'm using all the assessments, I'm seeing my students very engaged at this high levels of implementation that we'd want to see. And all those different stages in between. That people would progress through. So we've been able to map those out, really define them, and then those maps will go into place in February where we'll be walking through classrooms and schools to say, what are we seeing in these levels of use? And then we can start to really target our supports around how do I move from level 3 to level 4 for implementation. We've also identified focus schools that we're doing some deeper work with through interviews. We'll be in their classrooms for full periods, just doing some deeper implementation study with some focus schools. And so basically what this whole process is designed to do is to help us get from the left of an implementation bridge to here's our new policy, here's our new practices, here's the new program materials, over to new practices and improve student outcomes. And that's a big leap. So we talk a lot about getting over that bridge and how do we support teachers in getting over that implementation bridge. And it takes time. Initially, some of the initial recommendations from the stages of concern and conversations with our UC partners are to, as far as the change management goes, pay attention to all the different initiatives that are happening within our schools. And if you can delay something or set it aside or deprioritize and help them to focus on the implementation of the resource, it will be better and be helpful. It's kind of common sense, but that was a finding. They also recommended that we show alignment and start to connect the use of the resources to things like the strategic plan and other initiatives so that we can really see the bigger picture and that our schools see that big picture too. Bring like role folks together for learning, and we are working on that. We've got some upcoming professional learning opportunities for principals and instructional coaches. Our instructional coach meetings are focused on resource training around the use of the resources. So we are already engaging in some of those opportunities. And then again, helping teachers get across the bridge through ongoing PD and support. Okay, and then finally, to truly be in compliance with this end statement, I believe that we need a couple of things for curriculum management systems. One is an asset management system. Right now, we currently don't have a system to know what we have in our school buildings as far as curriculum resources, any kind of instructional materials, musical instruments. An example would be for our art, music, and PE resources this year. We had to ask all of our teachers in schools to do a manual inventorying process, enter them into a spreadsheet, and then start, as we looked at the ROF's work, with our closing schools, what things do they have? What do they need at other schools? And to do this across all schools, and months it took to just do the inventory for those content areas. And if you think about across the board, it's really hard for us to be good stewards of public funds. We don't know what we have hidden away in closets in our school buildings and aren't keeping track of inventory, and then sharing resources across schools as they're needed, because some schools may have something in surplus or another school needs it. And so I really believe that we need some type of system in order to efficiently inventory our materials. And then we can proactively work to reallocate and purchase on replacement cycles. I also believe we need a new modernized curriculum management system. We have Bridge to Curriculum. It is reaching the end of its life. From that IT perspective, it's very expensive and hard to maintain that platform, and it's not, we can't continue to customize it any more than we have, and we need something that's more teacher-friendly, that's streamlined for a curriculum management system. So we are exploring an RFP process to see what's out there that could be modernized to support the use of our unit plans, connected to our resources, just that overall basic curriculum tool that would house all of our planning documents and standards, those types of things. I believe those two systems are going to be tremendously important to getting modernized systems in place for curriculum. Okay, so that was a quick and high-level overview, but ready for any questions you may have?
Thanks so much. Was there anything you wanted to? Okay, great. Director Reed, do you want to start with you since you had a question that came up in the middle?
I feel like I'm just always the first one jumping in, so hopefully that's not too much of a problem. I thought about this with science, but I think I have this question about pretty much anything. If the science standards have not changed a great deal, will any resource replacements that we do cause unnecessary upheaval for teachers, so that they are completely reordering things and basically just, rearranging things that don't necessarily need to be rearranged and are just sucking up time?
We would like to avoid that. If we don't have to do a major overhaul, we won't. We have, resources in our buildings that many of them just haven't been updated recently. I do think it's something we need to take a look at, but it may not be at the level of literacy and math because we do have things in place.
I just want to make sure that, I think updated information, things keep getting added to history and we learn new things in science and we want our kids to have all that. But we also just don't want to completely rearrange things just for the sake of doing it.
Right. Exactly.
And then a lot of my questions are going to be about secondary because A, that's where my teaching experience was. And B, I think that's where we have the least alignment at this point because in elementary school, it's I think a lot easier to say, look, here's this, we're teaching the skill of reading. Here's the science of reading. Here are these things that go with that. And then once you get to high school, you're doing things that are not as concrete. So one of my concerns is that I know that our ELA curriculum across the district at the high school level is not aligned from one school to another. The schools can be doing things that are vastly different depending on how much they were following what little we had in Bridge to Curriculum versus schools that were just continuing to do what they've been doing for 30 years and then things that are somewhere in between all of that. But I think about in a single school, how many hours every year were spent coming up with scope and sequence, aligning our expectations. Here's what a good 9th grade essay looks like. Here's what a good 10th grade essay looks like. Here's what we want our seniors to be able to do. And I think if it was that difficult to get everybody on board in a single school, trying to make that happen across the district is a challenge, but I also think it's really important. So I wonder what we're doing with that right now.
Right now we're auditing. I can tell you that we're looking across schools. They all kind of have their own course guide. So we've started by looking at that across schools to see what commonalities there are and differences. Book lists, recommended book lists from one school to the next may be different. So we're in the auditing phase for our secondary schools right now around ELA.
Okay. And are we aligning that ultimately to what is expected in at least Colorado higher ed? So that what they are shooting for with the senior actually does align with what will be expected if they go to CU.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. When it comes to the change management piece, because I also know how resistant, especially high school teachers, to change. It's tricky because, for example, when we started the whole bridge to curriculum, and the cornerstone genres that were being used, there were a lot of teachers who were very resistant to that. And I will tell you, I know I've said this before, it's because it was crappy curriculum. And people who know what they're doing could see that. And when we said, this is not good, and here's why, like we laid that out methodically in a letter, in meetings, in all kinds of things. And what we got was, here's an article about how to deal with grief because you're just sad that you don't get to do this the way that you used to. Wasn't helpful. So like on the one hand, I agree that you need to help people change because we cannot keep doing things the way we've been doing it for 30 years. We have sort of this English language arts canon that does not fit the diversity of our students. So we do need change, and teachers know what they're doing to a large extent. And how are we taking into account their expertise and their knowledge?
I think we are remiss if we don't engage teachers in these processes and selection and design. I think we've been talking a lot about pulling groups of teachers together to be part of the process. Once we have data from audits to really look at what do we need to do differently and bringing teachers together to help make some of those decisions and recommendations around that. We were talking about that with math right now. As far as we could just say everyone's doing this. We're all going to use this math program, or we could offer some choice. But we clearly have opinions on what we think is a better path. But why not try to engage our folks in buildings and helping make some of those decisions rather than just putting out, a directive.
So my 2 cents on that is get experienced teachers as well as new teachers, because when they were working on the curriculum with the cornerstone genre, they chose almost exclusively new teachers who were too shy to say anything, and who also felt a bit at a loss because they were like, I don't know, I haven't been teaching this very long. And so it was really easy to manipulate them. And I think you need new teachers who are willing to shake things up and do things differently, and experienced teachers who can say, nope, been there, done that. So that's just my 2 bits on that.
It's an interesting conversation for sure, because we have been engaged in some of those around the math curriculum at the secondary level this year. And the truth is somewhere in between. And for some folks, it really is about, this is the way I've always done it, or I spent so much time and investment in creating this unit that I've done every year, and I'm getting results with my kids, and now you want me to do this. And others are just resistant to doing something different.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Dr. Miller.
Once again, thank you for the work. This is most helpful. A couple questions I have is, in the comments or in the notes, we're talking about 3 math resources that we would have available. And we have different reading resources as well. How are we aligning articulation areas with both and? Because some elementary schools are using different language art curriculum in the same articulation area. And math, I don't know how that's rolling out. I know we're using illustrative math, but is that consistent through articulation areas, or is it just we're envisioning that people choose accordingly?
That's a big part of the conversation, actually, and we're working closely with school leadership and our community superintendents to make those decisions, but that vertical articulation is very much a part of that conversation as we're making those choices. Yeah, absolutely.
As you're thinking about, okay, if I'm looking at the Lakewood articulation area, ideally, all of our elementary schools would be using the same language arts program, reading program, and math program, so that they would be building to the secondary level, working with the middle schools, and then building to high school. Is that what you're...
That's the ideal situation. I don't see us changing the literacy curriculum at this point. I mean, we have 5 resources in use. The majority, over, I want to say 74 schools, are using the primary resource of interreading. So we've got some mismatch, but in general, not a lot. And I don't know, I mean, they're all aligned to our standards. They are all approved for the teaching K-3, those foundational skills. So they're all going to have those things that are similar, just kind of laid out differently by the publisher. So I don't see us changing necessarily, unless, we're having conversations right now. Would it make sense, if you're not seeing results with the curriculum you've been using for several years, to go ahead and make that change now? But again, it's in consultation with the school and thinking about through those change management pieces and how we can support them. We also don't want to ask any of our schools to implement both at the same time. So if they're implementing a new literacy resource, we're discouraging them from implementing math in cohort 2.
And I understand that. I'm just kind of also going back to your previous page that showed we're going to see increases in this, and this area, and we have expectations that we put for our superintendent, expectations in terms of growth. And so I just want to make sure that what we are aligning and putting in place aligns with the expectations of growth and the success for leadership for our superintendent. It has to all kind of work together for what you're trying to get with the strategic plan.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I think between our teaching and learning department under Ms. Nicothode's leadership and our school leadership group under the leadership of Mr. Weiss, I mean, the good news is these folks are working very closely together. And I'm a big believer in that just right balance. And that's between systems and schools having some autonomy to make some decisions. And I do think we have to get better at looking more critically at the data, aligned to our data culture by articulation area, because some articulation areas might need more alignment than others, right? And some of our articulation areas are less clean than others. So as an example, I don't want to go into Denison and say, Denison, you're kind of an outlier, and open court, you can't use open court anymore because most of your kids are matriculating here. So you need to align to this continuum. They're doing really well with what they have. And so we don't want to make decisions just to be making decisions in the interest of alignment when we have groups of kids that are doing just fine with the level of alignment that we currently have. Where we have kids that are not doing as well as we want them to be doing, and this is to the board's point earlier tonight about, could we see some more regional disaggregation of this data? I think a really fair request, and wrote that one down in my notes, because I do think that's where we need to get smarter about which regions do need more of this alignment. And I will say that I know Dave and Renee's teams are having those conversations, especially as we're considering curriculum alignment between, say, the closing schools and the receiving schools. So you can talk about alignment in lots of different ways, but I appreciate the question. I think it is an appropriate and important thing for us to be thinking about. And I also think we have some opportunity to be differentiated in our approach while also looking for that alignment.
Oh, we just had one of those conversations yesterday in one of our closing schools. Does it make sense for you to adopt this curriculum instead of the one that you've been using? And as we dug into it, it really does take that root cause analysis to really determine, is that going to make a difference? Is that the change you need to make? And after digging into that, realizing there's actually a classroom management issue at that school that's been identified by our turnaround support team, that's the real issue and the real barrier right now anyway to student achievement and literacy and other content areas. So we decided not to make that change, especially because they are also integrating 2 school cultures at the same time. So we take all of those factors into account, and also the student achievement at the school and whether or not that change is going to make a difference. So try to be very thoughtful about it.
Asset management system. When you're looking at, really what your ed suitability needs to be for your different programming. So let's just take, for example, elementary art. And you're doing your asset assessment and asking, what do you have in your art? Well, one, are you actually using your art room as an art room? Is kind of fundamental. But what do you have? What is your standard, right, that we would want them to have? Do they have a kiln? Do they have, displays? Do they have natural light? All those components that you would want for suitability for your delivery of whatever program it is that you're doing, science, art, math, whatever, would, I think, also help you with your asset management system. And I don't know if you're doing that
Absolutely.
or not, but just being able to know what your standard is,
Yes.
and then do all your classrooms have that or not? So that, I don't know if that's what.
That is exactly it. What is that baseline? What is that culture of instructional excellence? Just baseline things that we would want to see in every classroom.
And so does the individual teacher know that in my art room I need to have these 5 standards, or are they just, or not?
Yeah, actually through this process of just the manual collection and the inventory that we've done, we've been able to say you should have these things. And there is a list of baseline resources that our teams have developed to say you should have them. And then they compared their inventory to those things to say we do or we don't. And then we realized we haven't had really a consistent replacement cycle of art, music, and PE materials in years. And we just didn't realize.
Well, and I would think that also builds to CIP in the future, right? In terms of your fixed asset, that if you wanted an art room to have certain standards, then you would want to make sure that we put that into the budget.
Yeah.
Improvements and upgrades. So
down. Thank you.
Give you a list of those things if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
And then the replacing of bridge to curriculum, that cost us a lot of money. Bridge to curriculum. And I don't think it was supposed to have a life cycle of just 4 years. So if you're envisioning replacing it.
I think it's been around longer than 4 years.
Okay.
Quite a bit longer. Cecily, do you know how long has Bridge to Curriculum been in place?
Well, and I'm just wondering what the cycle would be, what you're envisioning. Like if you're replacing it, how are we?
We're looking at a new platform, really.
Right.
And there are vendors out there that have curriculum management systems, and that's what we would be doing, is meeting with them and getting demos of what their product looks like and how it would help us, how's our standards, how's our proficiency scales, how's our units of study, different things like that.
we wouldn't be building it again ourselves.
No, that's what we would like to get away from. And something that's very streamlined and user-friendly, intuitive to the needs of our teachers.
Great. As we get toward the end of this, Director Parker.
Again, thank you so much for all this information and the presentation. Along the lines of vertical curriculum alignment, I'm just putting myself in the position of a parent who is picking a middle school for my children or considering options. It would be important for me to understand that the math curriculum my child has been using in elementary school is not what's being used in the middle school, and that could be a problem. That could really set them back trying to learn the new terminology and think of math a different way. So is there some way that we can make clear to parents when they're enrolling their kids what curriculum is being used, especially for the core?
And I feel like we should. I think that is the job of our school principals to inform parents of the different curriculum resources.
Well, I guess I'm thinking for when I go to enroll, if I'm just going in to find school and looking and enroll Jeffco, would I know?
School Finder, that can be listed.
When we began to look at School Finder and doing the updates within ROFs and all that, we found that was initially information that was on there. Not all of it was kept up to date. So that's something the team was working on updating so that parents have accurate information going into this year. So there's been a team working on that to make sure that parents have that information when they go onto our School Finder system to know what that is. So you're right. People do need that information.
And I think it could also be something that we'd look at for the previous monitoring 1.4 for scores and graduations and dropouts and whatever, to figure out if some of those students really were, switching back and forth in different schools, different curriculums, and maybe they were struggling because of that.
Okay.
Yep, Director Barta.
Actually, I was thinking about that also on the slide that has the theory of change or theory of action. Those short-term outcomes. That's just what I was thinking. Like, how are we going to know how to measure those if there are those kinds of changes? And I'm just really interested in how we'll actually connect the left side to the right side, or like through how do we model that over time? But my question on this was, I really like seeing the short-term outcomes as scores and numbers, and I can see those as long-term outcomes. The thing I hope we can work on a little, and maybe this, I don't know who does this theory of action, but the long-term result says all Jeffco students experience a culture of instructional excellence, and that just seems totally immeasurable, and I don't know really what that is. So I'd love to revise this in ways that our long-term result is actually measurable. But more like the short-term outcomes. And I don't even know why they have to be so different. Why those can't be our long-term outcomes. Anyways, it just felt to me like I was thinking, oh, good, we're measuring this. What the heck is that? Like, what do we mean by that? My only other comment is, actually, I liked that you pointed out, I can't find it on these slides. Here it is, on the bright spots, how there used to be 12 different resources and now there's 5. And I would add to that, there were 12 different resources and plenty of schools that had none, and like, that's not even on here because I always say this over and over. I had no idea as a parent until I was on this board, like that this was a thing, that we didn't have literacy resources. And so, Mary, I don't even know that parents would know to look that up. I don't even know if I still could figure that out for all my kids when I'm thinking about their schools. Well, I probably could now. But anyways, it's just another part that I'm really proud of, that it's not just 12 different to 5, but I don't even know how many schools we could put in there that now have a resource, which I think is remarkable. And I'm proud of that too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Unless there's something else that is making you itchy if you don't ask it now, I'm going to go ahead and move us along because I know we're a little bit behind schedule. Thank you all so much for providing this information to us, and we look forward to continue to see evolve and bring us more cool stuff. Board, if it is okay, unless anyone has any objections, what we're going to do is do a little switcheroo of the agenda items to allow for our legislative agenda, and our lobbyist Ed Bowditch is here in the audience to be able to move that up a bit so that he can go ahead and speak with us. We'll take a quick break. Does that seem good? Yeah, a big eyes came back at me. Yes, we'll take a quick break, or a break. I should stop quantifying it. We'll take a break. And then when we get back, we'll start with that and the Denver Area School Superintendent Council Accountability Initiative, and then we'll talk about the Roth's resolution after that. Does that sound good? Okay, so with that, we're going to be back in a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Just two quick things before we move on with our agenda. One is that we're going to move agenda item 2.03 to follow 2.05. So we'll go through 2.04 and 2.05 and then return to the Roth's resolution update. Just for all of you keeping track of the bouncing ball at home. The second thing I wanted to just say is January is School Board Member Appreciation Month. And I bought you nothing, and I brought you no gifts. However, I have so much gratitude for all of you in the service that it's not easy work, and it's a lot of time that we spend away from other things, like families and stuff. So, thank you all. I appreciate you, and I think there's at least 42% of other people that appreciate us as well. So, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, and we have our wonderful blankets. So happy School Board Appreciation Month to everyone. All right, so we were going to turn it over to Superintendent Dorland to kick us off in talking about desk.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Schooley.
Not the superintendent.
Oh my gosh. I must be like into alliteration today. President Schooley.
Don't turn it off on me.
Thank you so much, President Schooley. As you all know, I am part of the Denver Area School Superintendent's Council, and we have had a lot of change on the council over the last several years, just given that there's been a lot of leadership turnover in the superintendent positions on the Front Range. The Denver Area Superintendent's Council represents all of the Denver area school districts, but it really goes across the Front Range in terms of membership from Douglas County through the Front Range to Fort Collins. And so you can see on this slide the school districts that are a part of this group. And, we meet monthly and we try to serve as a voice for public education issues and interests in our state. So those are the districts that are involved. We have been working on a position statement related to accountability system redesign at the state level. You may know that there has been a review and audit of the state accountability system and a large report that has been published. We can talk more about that at a different time. The desk felt that it was a good time for us to lean in and talk about some things that we care about around the accountability system. So the first thing we want to make sure, and I'm sharing this with you right now for two purposes. One, the desk is interested in having a conversation about these interests with state legislators, the State Board of Education, CASB, those kinds of stakeholders who play in the legislative arena. And we have included some semblance of this in your legislative platform that you're going to discuss next. For two reasons. Number one, we knew you would see some of this in your legislative platform. So I wanted to give you some information about where some of that was coming from. And number two, I do want some direction on if the board, generally speaking, is comfortable with me in this space of advocacy at the state level. So the first thing we really want to make sure people understand is that the Denver Area School Superintendent's Council wholeheartedly supports accountability. And we believe that we should consider some redesign of the current accountability system. And you can see the bullets here that accurately and comprehensively measures and advances student learning and progress, that does not result in bias towards any student demographic group, that utilizes timely data that's actionable, and that holds school districts, schools, and educators to a high level of expectation. We also believe that if we are going to have Colorado be the premier education system in the country, that it is meaningful for our communities, for our accountability system to evolve. It hasn't changed much in a long time, and we do want to think about how it can evolve. We believe it should hold all school districts to a high standard, promote high expectations for all students, and allow comparability while also providing some level of flexibility that supports local control. We want it to provide accurate and timely assessment of the performance of schools and school districts in order to be embraced by the educational community and to garner the trust of our community stakeholders to drive improvement. We really struggle as a group with the fact that we get our results from the assessments given in March, which does not then measure a full year of learning for our students. And we do not get our results until August, September timeline, which by then, I mean, frankly, our team here is using our mid-year data to plan for next year. So it's not as relevant and timely as we need the data to be for real planning that gets ahead of implementation. And that's a challenge for us, and we just want to be honest about that. We believe that it is for our students and our families to drive growth and ensure they're equipped for the future that they deserve and will experience. For our state, so that we have comparability across districts and some compatibility across what we're being held accountable for in service to our students. And we want it to drive improvement in instruction and address the needs of every student. And so this is a little bit more of the same. I'm going to keep going to the next slide. We want it to have measures that have stability and measure growth over time. We want a broad spectrum of measures to assess both growth and performance. We'd like to look at the Colorado essential skills and align some of the measures to those skill sets, not just what we have now, which seems really focused on ELA and math, which we think is important and shouldn't necessarily go away, but there might be other skills, social emotional learning factors, other CTE accreditation, looking at certifications, post-secondary attainment. We have interest in more than just what's currently in the current accountability system. And then we also want public reporting system that accurately and transparently reflects data measures in a format that's easy for stakeholders to access and understand. We do think it's really quite complicated for many in our community to understand, and we have found that families don't necessarily understand the reports they're getting about their individual student. And if it's not for that purpose, then we need to be honest about that, but make sure that our families can utilize the information and make informed choices about their students' education. We do believe that we need to have ELA and math growth and performance included, other components of the Colorado essential skills, which I've talked about. We also believe that it would be really nice to have some district-specific measures that assess the impact of district initiatives. And so again, it's sort of this just right balance of systemness and school-based autonomy, but at a state level. And so, for example, given the conversation we just had about career-connected learning, in Jeffco, we may want to pull one of the data pieces from one of your monitoring reports and say, we really are doubling down on this strategy, and we want to measure it in this way. And we want it to be part of our accountability system and what we're holding ourselves accountable and being transparent with our community about. Another community might care most about mental health progress for their students, and then they have a measure about mental health. So we'd like some flexibility and that's really relevant and meaningful to the communities that we serve in as board members and superintendents. And then we really would like to see stronger metrics around post-secondary readiness and college, career, and workforce. And in this arena, they have some components of that in the current accountability system, but it's really aligned to graduation rates. Some of the things that we saw in our monitoring report. Thank you. We really want to take a look at this piece much more in partnership and alignment with industry. We want to know what industry is asking for in relation to what our graduates leave us with, and then align some of this to not only the experiences that we're providing students around career exploration, but also what we know industry folks and businesses and other work opportunities are looking for in terms of our graduates and what they need to be successful. And so I'm going to pause there. It's really high level. And I'll be honest with you that, as you may know, working with other board members and other school districts, and definitely as Ed probably knows, it's hard when you get down into the details of things to completely agree, because different communities have different values and different interests. But generally speaking, I think at a very high level, we would like to engage in a conversation with the state around evolving our accountability system. And I would not be advocating that we don't do it in the interim, right? But that we begin to have a forward-thinking conversation around what should accountability look like in the state of Colorado, what other states are doing it really well. Can we explore and study those things and see if they might be a fit for us? And so, questions?
Board members, any questions about the work of DASC as a collaborative or our superintendent's engagement with them? Director Miller?
So, Paula and I, a year ago, I think it was, when we sat and talked with the Women's League of Voters, we talked about this. And there's been reports done on Colorado's accountability system. The report that came out recently said basically what had been implemented is it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. It's showing, how students are moving through the system, how we're performing. And to me, there's two parts of an assessment world. There's the formative assessment, which is what everybody takes across the state, so that there's consistency of evaluation and how are we measuring our effectiveness and how are taxpayer dollars being deployed and how are we preparing our students. And businesses have kind of a line in the sand. They understand consistently what everybody else is doing is everybody's taking the same assessment. Same with PSAT, same with ACT, same with, and those are changing and evolving, but that's kind of your formative assessment. And I would agree with you that it's delayed, right? And same with the way we did the UIPs. We were doing the UIPs delayed as well based on back data. But the ability to have a statewide assessment, a summative assessment allows us to be able to evaluate how we're doing with taxpayer dollars. The second part to me is I agree that we need something else in terms of a formative assessment where teachers are able to say, what's the real-time data I have, which is what we have as MAP, right? And so we're able, and that has predictive analytics, and that has the ability for us to take that information and make it real-time. And to me, that's critical for our teachers to have real-time data so that they can tweak and make interventions. And Paula, you would know this far better than I would, but how you use that data to drive your work. And we also know that a formative assessment by one teacher in a classroom is going to be different, potentially, if you're just doing how are you doing right now in this area of study? Let's check you along the way. How Paula would be maybe assessing her kiddos because of what you're teaching may be different in terms of what your neighbor is, how they assess in terms of what they give. So that's noise to me. That's being very intentional with each child and seeing how they're moving along the way. So I think there's benefits to both. When I talk world class, we've talked about this before, how do we measure world class? And if we're saying, well, we don't necessarily need to do CMAS anymore, okay, then what is world class? And world class would be PISA assessments or OCED assessments. And the OCED is everybody across the board, 15 years old, let's see how we're doing. And PISA is a little bit different, but that's also the same. So if we're talking from your group and we're trying to be measuring world class, that's where I would be aspiring to. Is that formative assessment, and how would we get the state to actually pay for all of our kids to take that assessment so that we could actually measure our effectiveness as a world-class state education system. I am hesitant to promote the Colorado growth model because I think people think that if you're 50% or more, hey, I got a year's worth of growth. And that's not reality. I could have 50% growth and I could still decline in proficiency. So I think when we're talking about what the accountability system needs to look like is a balance between what we're measuring and what we're telling our taxpayers and businesses. Our children can read, our children can do math, they can do data science, they can use based on their language arts skills and their math skills, they are able to access CTE and be effective in their classes. There's got to be a balance. And I am not a proponent of throwing out something that has been evaluated and said it's working the way it's supposed to, but how do we tweak it to make it better? And how do we then align it to be world class and measure that? That goes back to who talked about to you earlier today, right? Which was, how are we measuring that? So that to me is something that would have to be incorporated in the adjustment to an accountability system, because I think that's critical. You have to have the balance of the formative as well as the summative evals.
I will share that there are differences of opinion across the DAS group around CMAS. And there is a conversation that has started around what if the state identified, similar to what they've done with literacy, approved assessments, say it's for early literacy, just take early literacy, Acadience and iReady. And districts choose these things, and then they provide the assessment to the student that also provides real-time information to the teacher who's working with those students. And the data is fed to the state, and the state creates some sort of normed scale for approved assessments to go into and then be normed to one another. And then a sort of like score comes out, right? And so that's been part of the conversation. There's not been like sort of a shared agreement around let's do it that way. And I told the group that I'm to a place where I believe in accountability so much because it has been what I've utilized to leverage systemic improvement. It's allowed me to look at disaggregated data and identify where the district needs to send more support, where the district might need to send more financial means, where we need to lean in and provide more different curriculum. And so I have leveraged the current state accountability system as a district leader in partnership with schools and teachers and principals to aid improvement and move it forward. I do think there's across the board some concern that it hasn't always been done in partnership. And that's part of this conversation. It's just an honest part of the conversation in terms of how the data is used. There is a lot of money and time that is invested in the CMAS test. And time not only for administrators, teachers, principals with getting it organized and completed, but time taken away from instruction. And I do think that's causing some of the question around if we could do it in a way that I utilized our internal assessments that are meaningful to district administrators, principals, and teachers in a real-time fashion have that figured out by people like Dr. Eaton, who know that kind of data world. Could it save us time in instruction and providing that statewide assessment? These are just conversations that have been really rich and robust, I think, with my fellow superintendents. And we haven't landed on anything. I think our advocacy is that these conversations include multiple stakeholders and that we talk about it, that we talk about these things, not in the interest of shirking accountability or not having an accountability system, but in the interest of making the accountability system modernized in a way that we think some other states have done, and in a way that is more aligned to the daily work of our schools.
So I think it is important to have, particular standards and assessment to look at that, which CMAS has given us to some extent. I have a few concerns. One is the fact that, we go along with MAP or with Acadience or whatever, and then, so those are our formative assessments, and then our summative assessment is different. And that doesn't necessarily make sense to me. It seems to me that you would want to make sure that those things are all lined up together. And the other piece is I don't know that one assessment gives you the best data. It may give you some good data, better data than no data, all of those things. But like when we talk about not resulting in bias toward any student demographic, and you just can't tell me that for an English language learner, the CMAS doesn't create biases in some areas. Not every English language learner, but certainly a significant number of them. For example, I remember giving a CMAS test to a student who had just come from Korea. It was her first day in an American school, and we sat her down with the CMAS and a Korean to English dictionary, and it was math. So it was like, it's math. She'll be fine. No, I don't think so. And that is one situation, but I don't know how often that's happening. Those kinds of things are happening across the district. And I definitely know that I had students who didn't care about the CMAS, who walked in with a blanket and a pillow, blew through those questions in 10 minutes, put that pillow down, put their head on it, and went to sleep. Now, those kids are going to do better on the ASVAB if they think they're going to go into the military. What it comes down to is, do they see a connection between their life and that? We saw significant gaps between CMAS results and SAT results, because even college-bound students knew that the CMAS made no difference in their lives in terms of what school they went to or what happened to them, but they knew that the SAT could make a difference. So I think there are a number of things that would say that one assessment is not the best data point. It may be better than no data point. It may be a lot better than no data point. But I just believe that there are ways that we can do this that are better, that put in multiple measures, that take into account that there may be biases in one assessment that may not be there in another. And so I support a lot of what you're talking about here because of that. My other concern is the idea of world class, which I have no problem with. What I want to make sure that we're doing is that we are comparing apples to apples, that we're not looking at our results versus, say, countries that don't test all of their students, because that has been something that has been brought up. You know, we test every single one of our students, whereas there are countries where you start to break into different areas by the time you get into secondary school. And so the PISA exam, for example, may be taken by the students who are in the college-bound programs, but there are whole demographics of students who are not in that program and are not being tested, and that makes a difference. So again, not saying don't do it, not saying not relevant, but I am saying let's make sure that we're taking all of these different pieces into account. I want good data. I want the best data that we can get, not just, hey, this is what we've got, super simple. It's the CMAS, it's one test. Let's just do that because it's easier. That's what I worry about.
Other thoughts, questions, comments for our superintendent? I have one quick question. This is perhaps a low-level question. So the conversations and the action that you all are talking about and sort of exploring potentially as a group, is it change that could only happen through legislative action, or are there other sort of decision-making processes or bodies that would be influenced by or you'd be advocating among? That makes sense?
I believe the current accountability system is pretty established in statute.
I would agree.
Okay.
So I do think it would take, I mean, the reason that there was a audit of the current system actually took statute to get done. And so I think it would be legislative action. And yeah, there is a group of districts that is engaged in a pilot that's different than doing some things that are different. And we are interested in taking a look at what they're doing. It's really time intensive, which is a whole other issue, right? So.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for presenting to us and let us know how we can support, engage, provide feedback as you all move forward. So now we get to welcome our legislative lobbyist, Ed Bowditch, and to give us an opportunity to talk about some draft legislative priorities for Jeffco, and any other information that you think is pertinent for us to share. Do you want me to start with that, or do you want to just do an intro? Okay. So you all have had a chance to see, as a board, we have a sort of draft that was shared where we got to provide feedback around sort of more more structured / formalized legislative priorities for us to be able to both look at how we can sort of weigh in on, support, not support legislation as it moves forward, but also as a sort of call or openness to action around partnership when it comes to how we're able to lend voice to the decision making, the legislation that is being crafted, to what education priorities can / should be for legislation around K-12, and how that voice from Jeffco can be valuable in that process. So in the document that is listed, there is that sort of framing around partnership and how incredibly important it is for us as a board to be able to have these conversations with other elected officials, with other folks that represent the municipalities in Jeffco, looking through school funding efficiency and effectiveness. There's some shared language around accountability, and then going into financial priorities and school finance rewrite. So what I wanted to do, and really this is so that we can help to provide guidance and feedback to Mr. Bowditch as he is advocating for us and bringing information back to us around priorities, and so that we can provide good communication, consistent communication around our priorities. So I'll pause there and sort of open it up for any questions, comments, thoughts, ruminations that came up as we're thinking about moving this forward as a more formalized agenda.
President,
Please.
Madam President, let me also just build on that and say, first of all, Happy New Year. Thank you for the invitation to come out here tonight. When, assuming something gets passed tonight, I would then send this to each member of the delegation. I would try and catch each member of the delegation as well, so it doesn't just go to an email file, and walk them through it as a guide. And this would serve as a guide for me. As your lobbyist, I can't take any positions unless the 5 of you tell me what to do. There are a lot of informal positions. Certainly, more money is better than less money, no unfunded mandates. If I think Jeffco is being treated unfairly, I would speak up even if I didn't have a formal position, but I need to be very careful about what I say down there. So this acts as a guide to me as well. So thank you.
Director Parker, you want to kick us off?
Yes, thanks. I have a question about the grants that are mentioned in here and the position that we would like the legislature to avoid creating new grant programs because it would detract from resources that could be used for student learning. So I guess my question is, how much of the grant programs that the legislature, funds every year, is that a separate bucket of money that they're using, or is it really taking from educational resources?
I believe it is absolutely the same bucket of money, and if they had fewer grant programs, they could do more in school finance. We're not going to get rid of every grant program, but at least if they're going to create any new grant programs, put a timeline on them. Make sure there's some review by somebody to say this is actually meeting its intended purpose. The legislature seems it creates a few new grant programs each year. Jeffco's a large district. You probably have people who are dedicated grant writers that are probably great employees, but you have to say, is this the highest priority for all the districts in the state to be competing for funds?
Director Barta.
Well, I just had some questions about process. So I know the session just started, but I believe the period of entering early bills ended. So how effective is this going forward and them in providing advice? I don't know what the right word is to our legislators on writing new bills. I have 2 questions, but that's the first one.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely on point. I mean, we're 3 days in. There haven't been any committee hearings yet. There probably won't be a lot of significant committee hearings next week. Even if a bill is introduced, let's say some member of our delegation or some other member has a grant program they've introduced, it can always be amended to put a 5-year sunset on with a review. So this absolutely still provides guidance. The school finance rewrite information that's in here That discussion is still yet to be had. There's no scheduled meeting of the Interim Committee on School Finance. That will likely be late January. And this is things that we can give to our delegation to say, this is what Jeffco thinks.
Thanks. And then my second question is, can we align this with what we know has already been proposed, or like what you just said is coming out? It just feels like we could almost write this in a way that says, also, for example, we support, the new bill being introduced by Representative whoever on this topic is an example of something we would like to see more of. I'm just wondering, like, is there any way to, I think you were talking about some bills at our retreat, maybe, is that true? That we were kind of excited about, that we thought were coming. I'm just wondering, can we actually be a little more specific in this? And
you certainly could. I like this as a broad document, just because it's kind of a framework for bills rather than calling out specific priorities. I just like it that way, but it's totally up to you.
Then would it be a separate process? Because last year we were talking about what to support, and we did a support real quickly at a meeting, and I think we were talking about with more intention as a board supporting different things. Would that be a separate thing that we're doing? Okay.
And I think, because I absolutely agree with you. I think having these as, this is a document that provides the sort of framework and guidance moving forward, and then having those categories to be able to sort of pull some of that legislation and say, how does this align? So it's almost like, how our agendas are aligned with our board. So that we could create those connections as we're discerning what do we want to support, or do we, for different bills that may come up, we can kind of fit them into this framework, I believe. That's okay. Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to jump in, and you do such a great job of giving us a summary of here's all the education based stuff that's coming up, and so that seems like that'd be a really good place to maybe even group them underneath these headings.
And that's an iterative process. So that's going to be happening throughout the entire spring session. In the meantime, giving Ed some direction on a few key areas, whether legislation is being contemplated about these things or not, that you care about as a board, is what this is. Different from, so-and-so is putting forward this bill that is related to public education. What do you think about it? That would still happen. Is that right, Ed?
Yes, I will be sending you weekly reports with updates each week, new bills introduced, bills that have been disposed of, and so on. And I can group them in some of these areas and try and do that to where it makes sense. I don't want to overwhelm you each week. I'd like to put the updates in green or some color so you can easily scroll down. And then I'm happy to come out here as much as you want and go through it, knowing you have all sorts of other responsibilities. But I'm happy to come out periodically and walk through the bills as well and get specific guidance.
Right. Well, I noticed most of these have to do with infrastructure or finance, but can we include anything, and I think we'd have to talk about it as a board, related to things like mental health services or school safety? Are there any priorities that we would like to encourage our legislators to think about from that perspective? Especially, they're doing a lot of work in behavioral mental health provisions legislation, and I didn't know if there was something they could help support. That we could say we wish, not wish, but we would like to see more of that going into school resources. I don't know.
I think it becomes at some point important for the board to, sometimes your advocacy can become at odds with itself. And so if you're on one hand advocating for the buy down of the budget stabilization factor, and on the end and letting us make decisions at the local level about what to do with those funds, which many of you have things you care about that you've talked to me that you want to accomplish, right, with those funds. And then you're also advocating for new legislation to be created to support school safety and mental health in schools, and then the legislature ends up getting pinged from every single different angle. And it's almost like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth, right? We want you to you want to buy down the budget stabilization factor and no strings attached because we have things locally that we care about doing, which is true. And at the same time, then we're putting them in a bind because they only have they have limited resources. So I think it's fair for you guys to consider bills that are about these things you care about and to express support for them or not along the way. I also think you could do what you're talking about, Director Varda, but I just would caution the board to get too many things on a list that then somehow unintentionally work against one another. That can happen.
I think too that as a board, especially as we think about some of whether it's through the monitoring reports or looking at our board ends and how that relates to the strategic plan, some of those priorities they're all baked into those documents and that language. But in thinking about sort of this invitation to partner, to consult and provide voice to any new legislation that may be out there, I think that is where that advocacy may come in helpful. So if this is going to be something that someone is putting forward or writing, how can we speak from a Jeffco perspective around what we're doing, what the impact would be, and then we can have a conversation around if that needs to go further. But this, because you're right, it is a much more sort of frameworky rather than in the details. Yeah. Other thoughts or questions or? So the way that it's structured now, sorry, Mr. Bowditch, were you about to?
Kind of on that and building on what the superintendent said, as an example, there will be plenty of bills introduced this year, and that will be your opportunity to pass judgment on each of the individual bills. There may be some new grant programs that you think are a wonderful idea, and there will be a bill that's coming to create an Office of School Safety. This is in response to an audit that said it's spread over 4 different state agencies. The governor's office is pushing for it. That will probably have some funding attached, which would kind of go against our wanting to put everything into the DS factor. But it's you may consider it to be a high enough priority to where you want to support it. So that's the example of the type of thing, the judgment calls that the 5 of you, get to make on the specific bills when those are introduced.
Mr. Bowditch, would you say this is more of like the proactive sort of just platform? And then as the bills emerge, which may or may not align to your platform, you also have the opportunity to be in a reactive stance to those bills and make a statement. And I'll just be honest, I am really excited that our board is considering doing this because Jeffco Public Schools deserves a voice at the state level. And it's an important role that this board plays as the second largest district in the state in advocacy for our kids and our families and our staff. So I'm just really excited that this is a conversation you guys are having. Thank you.
So in terms of process, so this is sort of we've all read through it, but first opportunity publicly to talk about it. We will have it on the agenda next week for a vote. So as you guys look through, as you all look through it, if there are any changes that you would suggest or that seem important, we can kind of filter those through someone to help us get this into a final place. But that is the intention, would be to vote on something next week. Yeah. Any other updates or things that you want to share, Mr. Bowditch?
I can give just a 2-minute review. So we're 3 days in. A couple of the issues that you may have heard about, there will be a proposal introduced that would present a question to the voters to take all Tabor refunds above the senior homestead exemption and above the housing measures that are kind of set already, and devote any excess to K-12 education. That was in Chalkbeat the other day. I've participated in some Zooms about that. Any additional money for education is great. I would caution, not to be negative, but I'm looking at the years we've had Tabor refunds. Tabor was implemented, I believe, 28 years ago, and we've had 11 years of refunds. We've had a lot of years with no refunds. If there were $3.0 billion, which is this year's Tabor refund, given to education, that's a lot of money. But in 2 years, there may not be any Tabor refund. So it's a It's a tough thing. The sponsors know it's not a fix, but it's a conversation starter. So that's out there. The governor's budget request of $35 million so full inflation plus a $35 million buy down for the BS factor, budget stabilization factor. I'm always hopeful and optimistic that that's the starting point. Hopefully the legislature will be able to go a little bit beyond that. And I'm hopeful that that's what they will do. The governor has also proposed some additional money, grant program, though it's very limited, 2 years, for math tutoring, trying to help districts work on the math scores. And then there's a major bill out there which would rewrite the Open Records Act that I've been in contact with your general counsel on, and every public entity in the state is engaged on that one. Some of the updates are probably needed, and then there's other things that make a lot of people nervous. But that bill hasn't been introduced yet. So lots going on.
3 days in. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. We will circle back once we have finalized and figured out what the vote on for the platform and make sure we have that to you directly.
Yes.
And we'll see you soon. I'm quite sure.
Thank you and Happy New Year. I know last year you did a lot of work last year. And so Happy New Year. And
this one we're just going to cruise, right?
yes, right.
It's going to be fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. Okay. So we now return to agenda item 2.03, which is around our regional opportunities for thriving schools. I realized I wasn't even reading my things. So due to school closures approved in and prior to this past November, the district expects to have properties it will no longer be using as schools. As part of the community engagement process last fall, district staff previewed that the use and disposition of property would be discussed with the board in January. Tonight, district staff is sharing with the board its recommended process for considering future use and possible disposition of surplus property for discussion. Before I hand this over to our friends, Superintendent Dolan, is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, let me cue up the purpose. We have done some good thinking around the process to begin the conversation around the properties. And it is not just the properties that the board just made a decision about. We have many more properties, and you'll hear some of that from Ms. Relu tonight. But I do also want to just share with you that we are looking for feedback tonight from you, because we want to make sure that the process we're outlining meets the board's expectations. So looking forward to sharing our thinking. This is our best and initial thinking at this time. And so looking forward to just letting you hear about it and respond to it and give us some guidance, hopefully by the end of the time here. So Ms. Relu.
Thank you, Superintendent
And our new friend.
Yes. Lisa Relu, the Chief of Strategy and Communications, and I'm excited to introduce you to Shannon Fitzgerald, who is consulting with our team. At this time, we had one of our wonderful project managers who went to work in purchasing, which is great for them. And we're so excited that she's staying in the org, but we needed a little bit of additional support as we build this property disposition work. And so Shannon has a long history of working as a consultant in Jeffco, very familiar with our Enroll Jeffco program and other things. So just really appreciate her being here. And we have a lot of interest in this topic, so it's good to have, and we want to be responsive to folks in the community who want to talk to us about it. And so Shannon is helping me do that. And so I also know a lot of people will be watching this online, either maybe are now or will be streaming it. And I want to say that we will continue. We are actually going to give a short presentation on this also at the regular meeting, just to ensure that we are really getting a full audience for this important topic, which many of you are getting questions about, and we got questions about during the community engagement process. So we'll get started. So as President Schooley mentioned, that the board vote on November 10th plus previous votes have resulted in the district having some buildings that will likely no longer be used as schools. And we will, some of those are somewhat not used that way now, and then others will start to not be used at the end of the school year. However, I do want to make it very clear that the closure of so many schools at once is a logistical. There's a lot of logistics involved and a lot of things to clean out, get moved, and so it's going to take us potentially 6 to 12 months to empty some of these buildings that are currently operating as schools and will not cease operations until the end of June. So just want to be clear about that. So as Superintendent Schooley said, we have these buildings, and we have Allendale and Fitzmaurice, which were previously closed, and Zerger Elementary School, which is closed in 2012 and is expected to be vacant in June of this year. The district also owns land, which is currently vacant and not in use, and we are putting all of that information together so we have a full picture of what the district owns or what our assets are. We also have some policies that are guiding us in Policy DN and Regulation DNR. And we've been reviewing the policies. These are district policies. They do not require board vote. Mostly they were revised by Ms. Tolson's team to align with state statute. A lot of them were out of date with that. And also to clean up some things that are just not typically in these kinds of policies that just most districts do have a policy on this, and we had some irregularities, things that we had in there that other districts don't. So our presentation purpose today is just we'd be happy to answer. We provided the red line versions of those policies. We are planning to go through the process that Ms. Tolson and her team will take you through in the next presentation to put these into effect, which basically means they will be posted publicly for 1 month and then become district policy after that. It has been through Cabinet, who's given a thumbs up. So we are tonight going to introduce to you to the process for school property disposition for your feedback, as Superintendent Dorland said. And this is specifically, it's important for us to get moving on this because it's in your Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools resolution that you passed on November 10th, where you committed to an engagement process around the disposition of property. Okay, so I just want to, I'm not going to go through this word by word, but board policy basically gives us a lot of good guidance on how to deal with disposition of property, including that the Board of Education is the only entity that can surplus a property. So I can't say, oh, I want to I'm ready to surplus. We're never going to use this again. You all have to surplus the property. And we have some due diligence to do around the property not being needed or used in a certain amount of time. And we will be bringing that to you when we ask you to consider surplus, any certain surplus. And that then DNR really goes into sale, rental, and lease of property, and that you delegate that responsibility, at least for getting these things together, for us to do the process, and that you make any final determinations on rental leases or other disposition of property that's not required for school purposes, and you will determine that the property is surplus before it is offered for sale. And then there's some guidelines around what we need to do around appraisals and advertising. These are all things that we're thinking about as we go into the process. And number 4, I just want to point out, because this has come up in other presentations and discussions by the board before, unless directed otherwise by the board, funds received from the sale of real property will be credited to the Capital Reserve Fund. That's in policy. And so just wanted to take you through a high-level overview. We plan to assemble a property disposition steering committee to assist in the decision-making process and add ad hoc advisory members to the committee for geographic-specific regions. So we want to make sure we have a set of people who are who are consistently working on this, but also they may not have some of the geographic and they may not reside in the area or know much about it. And so we want to make sure we add ad hoc members who can weigh in on the proposals that we are going to receive. We are also going to determine which buildings to retain for internal purposes and which buildings are no longer needed. And we're going to execute this step-by-step process. So just to give you a sense of what we're thinking for the steering committee, this would be the overall district steering committee. We're looking to pull from existing committees to have some representation from CAC, DAC, FOC, and a couple of members of cabinet would also sit on this committee. And those would be sort of the strong and steadies who stay with us. And then we would add advisory members. And we don't have what part of what the steering committee will do is sort of they will come up with a plan for how those ad hoc committee members will be selected, what the process would be for that. And so we don't have every answer right now, but this is generally how we see this happening. We're hoping to seat this committee, as we take you through the timeline, you'll understand why, by February 1st, the overall steering committee, and make with a decision-making rubric for external proposals drafted by February 21st. Because as this proposal will point out, we hope to bring some things for you to look at starting on March 1st, in your meeting on March 1st. So the committee charge will be to assist in creating the decision-making rubric used to evaluate proposals for usage, recommends membership criteria and guidelines for geography-specific ad hoc advisory members, reviews applications for those advisory members, and recommends membership to cabinet. There will be I'm rereading this. So they will also review usage proposals from the external organizations in collaboration with geographic advisory members, consider factors such as valuation and community input to objectively evaluate proposals in collaboration with the geography-specific advisory members, and make recommendations to the superintendent's cabinet as to which proposals to accept for each property, which will inform the superintendent's recommendation to the board for final decision-making. So getting started, we are collecting and reviewing data relative to everything that is not being utilized now or is going into a phase where it will not be utilized. We are understanding what our internal needs are. So we've been going through a process to inventory sort of what some general requests that have been made for space. And we're documenting those internal ideas. And we also will be meeting with district option schools to document their interest in buildings if they have them. And then we will be prioritizing properties for internal use or surplus consideration by the board. And so this is what this looks like. So if we say something, we identify something for internal use. So for example, next month you're going to hear about proposals for Fletcher Miller. And so if, for example, that there was a proposal that school might move to a different district property, I don't know if that's the case, then that would be an example of something, an identified internal use. What we would then do is once that decision was made, we would meet with the community and around that immediate school and say, and share with them how we're planning to use that school as a continued school use and invite them in for a conversation. If we are going the surplus route, this will be done in rounds, which we're going to explain on the next slide. So we would bring to you for your consideration surplus, like we believe this property we want to surplus these properties, and then you would vote on whether you agree to surplus that property. Right now, we have identified 3 rounds, and I don't know that we'll be done after 3. The first one would be starting in March. So like I said, if we went this route, we would bring to you on March 1st in your study session. Here's some properties we'd like you to consider for surplus, and here's why. We follow the policy and the regulation. And then you would be and you would vote then at your next meeting on whether you're willing to surplus that property. And then we have similar rounds that would start in October and then January the following year. And then this is kind of, I'm sorry this is so small, and hopefully you've had a little time to wrestle with this. If once you would make a decision, and it would be on each individual property that you decided, so let's say we brought you 3 properties, and you agreed to surplus all 3. They would each independently go through this process. And so it starts with having a due diligence meeting with the city where that school is located, saying, do you guys have ideas or thoughts about this property, things that we should know? And then that helps us flag any sort of major concerns, because what I'm learning right now is that while people are coming to us, and I'm sure you all are hearing from them in your inboxes, so are our city managers. Or even we got an email today forwarded from one of our county commissioners that somebody had shared with them an idea for a school. So we want to make sure we're checking with these folks to make sure that we are understanding like anything that they might have heard, seen, or anything that over the years, they know about these schools. Then we would review, like we make sure we take that to cabinet, review what we've heard, and then we would start by hosting a public information sharing session for anybody who wants to come learn about the surplus of X school. They can everybody in the community would be invited to learn more about and ask questions about the specs. Maybe they're interested in how much land it is or what it's zoned for. We would be providing all of that type of information. From there, we would, after we had that public information sharing meeting, we would call for usage proposals. So we would open it up to the public and say, if you have a proposal. At the same time, we'd also open up the application for advisory members in the community who might want to serve on the review of proposals. Now, we would make it clear that you can't submit a proposal and sit on the committee. So, there would be some parameters around that. Then once the proposals come in, once the proposals come in for the usage, cabinet would do an initial review, and we would make sure it's legally it meets what is possible, like what we can do. And if it doesn't, it might go to a denial, and we would explain that. If it does, it would go through to the committee. And at the same time that we're reviewing the initial proposals, the steering committee will be going through a review and selection process of the ad hoc members. So once we decide there's like no real barriers for this proposal, it will go to the committee for its review, and they would come up with the top proposals. Now they're gonna, as part of their work, if you'll remember, they're gonna come up with a rubric of which they're going to use to evaluate. And they could say, we got 5 proposals, and of those, we think 4 are viable. Or we got 5 proposals, and of those, we think 2 are viable. And so once they generate that, we would have a community input gathering process where we would host meetings, and lay out these proposals. Maybe the people who created them could come give a presentation. We would collect input from the community. And from there, the committee would make a recommendation to cabinet on which proposal they think is most viable, or they may decide, and I'm going to remind everybody, we haven't done this in this format before, so maybe they rank them. They say, here's our first choice, and here's why. Here's our second choice, and here's why. Here's our third choice. So we'll kind of, Shannon and I will be like, we're a little bit going to be figuring this out as we go. So I also want to set expectations. We're not going to bring you a ton, like on March 1st, we're not going to bring you 10 properties. We need to work through this and understand how it works, and also have the capacity to do it well. So from there, the committee would make a recommendation, and cabinet would review that recommendation, and ultimately they would pass that on to either decide there's a reason they can't pass it along to the board, or they would make a recommendation to the board. This is how we should use this property, sell, lease, whatever it is. So this is the same slide, but it lays out that this is probably in total a 12 to 16 week process. And that's an estimate. We're going to have to kind of see. It may take longer. I doubt it's going to take shorter. So we'll just kind of be tracking how it goes the first round. I also think from a conversation that Shannon and I had today, that actually being able to give people time advance time to know what the properties are also gives them time to know if they want to submit if they are interested in a proposal for it. I think some folks have ideas now, and so we need to think about that, which is again why we would be starting small in March of this year. But we definitely want to. It's important to us, and I know to all of you, that we keep the momentum going and get this process going. So this is again a 12 to 16 week process as we see it. And our next immediate steps are to incorporate feedback from all of you. We would like to publish this information about how this process will work and get the appropriate forms and everything built by January 30th. February 1st, we would seat the steering committee. And then February 1st, you're going to be receiving information on the Fletcher Miller project. And which, I mean, everything's kind of interconnected. So that's why that's up here. And then on March 1st, we're contemplating that the board would study the first property or properties for surplus consideration in round 1. And by the 9th, you would vote on whether you're willing to surplus. I want you to think of it like we've got a bucket of properties we're not using. If they're not sent to you for surplus, they're in a holding pattern. And we are still contemplating internal use. And we will be shuffling properties through to you for surplus as we identify that we do not need them for internal use. But it's not like we're holding and these properties are held forever. It's just that we'll be releasing them sort of in stages, if that makes sense. That's what I have for you today, and happy to take any questions that you have.
Great, thanks so much, and welcome. It's nice to meet you. I'm sure we'll all be working together a lot and hearing from one another. So board, questions, comments? Director Parker?
What have we done with the schools that were closed in the last 2 or 3 years? What's their status?
So they have, some of them are acting as storage at the moment, but neither Fitzmaurice or Allendale is being used for any purpose for instruction or activities or anything like that. Zerger is currently being leased by Durrell, and they are going to be moving out. They've been there maybe a year or two, a couple of years, I think. Oh, maybe 3 or 4 years. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Ms. Parker? Okay. Oops.
Director Barta?
I have some questions. My first one, the steering committee, why are we only considering district level people on it? And can we please include others that are not just representing the district?
So the CAC, DAC, and FOC members that would be included are community members. We felt that from their lens, they have a deep understanding of the inner workings of the district and the needs. So they're coming to the work with a certain amount of foundational knowledge. And then we would add the geography-specific advisory members who would be purely folks from the community who in the places where there are surplus properties. So that's the why behind we picked these. In terms of could we add some more just general interests, people who aren't necessarily engaged in this way, could we have a few more members? We could certainly contemplate that if that was an interest of the board.
I think that would be important so it doesn't look like a siloed type of viewpoint. I have, let's see, when proposals are welcomed, are we putting out an RFP that explains the requirements for what a proposal should include? I mean, everything from page length to this should include different specs and it needs to have a budget. Are we putting that together? people?
Yeah, so I envision that each property will like have a page that explains what about it. That will include the valuation of the property, and then there will be a form that guides people in filling it out in terms of what it is we're looking for in the proposal. And we are in some ways. The steering committee will set the rubric, which will in turn sort of guide what we're asking for in the proposal.
And I'm wondering, like, have you all considered like an equity lens on this? I think what happens a lot in proposals, people who know how to write proposals, who are often privileged and in powerful positions, write proposals, and then marginalized communities that don't have that capacity aren't able to write a good proposal. So sometimes the decision is made on a well-written proposal. And I've seen a lot of efforts providing proposal writing or some kind of, capacity assistance to folks who are in marginalized populations to give them kind of equal access to things like this. Because I do worry a little bit that like this is going to fall into that category of those who write proposals well or really have a lot of influence or connections will have where you might get, I'll just think of a small nonprofit that has a really great idea and it's very, it just meets all of our criteria, but they just don't know how to write proposals. And I just wonder, how are we going to help make sure that we're considering all the different opportunities for different kinds of populations?
So certainly if the board had an interest in us providing some proposal workshops or aid, I think in getting an outside resource to do that, it's certainly something we could potentially contemplate. Thank you.
I would be, especially across different languages, and we just have a lot of folks who may not understand this process at all, but have really great ideas. I wrote too small and I can't read my writing, but I think one other question I had is you mentioned getting emails from city and county officials and things like that. Are we intentionally reaching out? Because I think one of the things I remember from when we proposed school closures, a lot of city officials and these kinds of folks said, I never heard anything before that. Could we just at least do some kind of standard outreach to everyone to let them know that this is the process and we welcome their input? So it's not just, again, those who happen to hear. And one reason I ask is I did meet with some Arvada elected officials recently, and no one had reached out to them. So I'm glad I met with them because we could talk about it. But I just wonder if we can be more intentional and also kind of equal around that process.
Yes, absolutely. As soon as the board, we have sort of a sense that the board is likes this direction, and we get ready to sort of put it out there publicly, we will reach out to all the city managers and share it with them, and then offer to talk to whoever they'd like. In addition to the first meetings we would hold on any property that came up in the municipality that it resides in. So absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, Director Reed.
Okay, thank you. This is so complicated, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into it, and I appreciate that to a certain extent you are having to build this airplane in the air. So, God bless you for that. I want to talk about community input because I have had several letters back and forth with at least two community members, and I'm pretty sure that they represent a chunk who don't necessarily fully trust their city managers to do what has been requested legislatively by residents. So I do think it's really important that we make sure that all residents get a chance to speak and be heard. And so the community meetings in particular, I do want to make sure that we're making sure everybody gets the word on that, not just people who have kids in schools, so that they can come to these meetings and be able to speak for themselves. I know there's some concern about, is this going to be used for residential development, and if so, is that going to fit with growth caps that we've established? And so people have had those kinds of concerns. So when it comes to letting folks know about the community meetings, have we thought about what avenues we're leveraging to get to everybody on that?
Yes, thanks, Director Reed, for bringing that up. And it's something that's very much on our minds. So I actually met with our communications department about using Nextdoor, and also about, once we know where the properties are, really looking at the HOA network to make sure that we're tapping that, both for the advisory members' participation and notification of things that are happening. We're exploring a lot of different avenues, and also the cost of those avenues. So it's something that's definitely on our minds, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay, great. Also, what are we doing to maintain empty buildings while they're in that holding pattern?
Yeah, so schools will continue to be maintained. We're actually, in some cases, adding external cameras and we're actually we're repurposing some internal cameras for external use. Some buildings that are going to be mothballed, at least temporarily, and we will continue to do patrols of the buildings. So we're watching them on video, patrolling and being responsive. All the alarm systems are still in place. All the sprinkler systems are still activated. So we're hopeful that we are able to turn down the heat, turn off the water, do all those things that we need to do. But maintaining our grounds and ensuring that that our buildings are still that there's no vandalism and things like that is
monitoring for tagging and that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely foremost on our minds, and something we've been working very closely with Jeff Pearson and security on, as well as IT for monitoring.
Great. This is micro, and it's further down the road, but I'm worried that I'll forget to say it, and I know it's an issue. People look in the dumpsters behind buildings that we mothball, and when they look in that dumpster and see what looks to them like brand new textbooks or art materials or whatever, they get upset because they're looking at their tax dollars in that dumpster and wondering why those things didn't get used. So I just want you to be aware that people do look in those dumpsters, and that blows up on Nextdoor. It blows up in neighborhoods. It's a big deal. So just keep it in mind and make sure that we are, and I'm not just saying cover that stuff up. Don't let people, I'm saying let's make sure that anything that is usable is being used by someone somewhere.
Absolutely. Thanks for that reminder, Director Reed. And we are establishing right now, most of the schools will start to have dumpsters behind them in after spring break. And we have created communication that will be on our websites and released by the schools as well. And we'll look to disseminate them further, that explains that there will be dumpsters and what they will be used for and what we're initially cleaning out. Because of that, what we're finding is there's a lot of broken things that are just sitting in sheds because people are literally afraid to throw things away. And what that has turned into is just mass accumulation of broken things in our buildings. So you guys have met Ty. I have told him to go to a school, open every drawer, open every closet, and it's just like the things that people are keeping because they're afraid to get rid of them. So there's a lot of things that can be used by others, and we're focused on that too. The first thing we're going to do, and I think it was in the slide but I didn't go over it, is make sure that everything that is usable, great for kids, and improves the experience, like it gets out to schools, is disseminated to be used next school year. So we're really focused on that, and then there'll be other stuff that's left behind, and we'll be careful about what we do with that. So thank you.
Okay. Other questions, Director Miller?
Yeah, thank you for the detail. I know this is a semantics, but a steering committee versus an advisory committee, just the name of it. I just want to make sure they understand that they are advising, that they're not the ones that are making the decision, that comes up to us through the cabinet. And so as an advisory committee, they're helping us think it through, giving us the pros and cons. It's just semantics, but I just want to make sure they understand the difference between what a steering committee is in my space and thinking and what an advisory committee is. The second part is kind of piggybacking on Director Varda's point. The individuals that are on the advisory steering committee, 80, 85, 90% of them are not district employees, like the FOC and the DAC and the CAC. And my question is, one, time commitment. Do they understand what that is? Whoever you are asking to be on it. Some level of expertise in terms of real estate and property disbursement. I know we have a couple new people on CAC that might be in that space that could be helpful. I don't know about the FOC expertise. I just don't know where all that stands. And on the DAC, but the depth and breadth of who is on the DAC could be helpful for us, even from like a business perspective that may not necessarily be in the education space. Just having a diversity of eyes on this, so that where we do draw, if we can't get 2 or 3 people that can commit 20 hours, but we're pulling them from DAC or CAC and FOC, what those different experiences would be, so that we do have different eyes on the table, so to speak. And then having them understand what their scope is going to be, because this is something new, and having them understand that they may have to be building the plane as they go might be daunting for them. So just having them know that there might be some staff that is assigned to help them in this space would be really, and maybe it's you, Shannon, I don't know, but so that they're not designing this, right? Because right now it looks like if I look at it, they're going to design it, even though you say there's a rubric, it's just those 6 of them, or 8 of them, however many you end up with, and then 1 or 2 people from staff. So
Thank you these will be fully supported staffed committees through our project managers. So we will make that more clear, but I appreciate all of that feedback.
And then the third point being how to get out to the community. I believe when Tammy was she gave us a huge presentation in November or February. Yeah, all the community partners that they had outreach for the bond program. And it was substantive. And it was like everybody and their brother, all the homeowners associations and the Westwoods Art Association. And it was an extensive list. And I don't know if I still have it, but it would be something that you guys could use, because it does go above and beyond the city manager's department and finance departments. And so it would be comprehensive to reach out to all of those people, so that we would be able to have a kind of a larger scattershot, so to speak, of touching different people within the community. Those are just suggestions. The other question I had is, we say that we're going to reach out to the option schools, and I have a passion in that space for a certain 1 or 2 schools. But have we thought about Red Rocks Community College as a satellite somewhere in the Arvada area, or how we might be talking with other community partners? What about the University of Colorado Denver having a satellite for concurrent enrollment that would be right next door to XYZ school? I'm just trying to think how we could potentially still use these for the benefit of our students, even if it was just like a center area, that we would have kind of a continuum of education opportunities for children that may not get over to Red Rocks, but maybe we could have something closer to the eastern side of the district as an idea. And then the other, I know some charter schools have homeschool programs that are right now sitting in strip mall areas. not necessarily the best ventilation for children, not necessarily the best learning spaces for drop-ins for homeschooling. And so could there potentially be satellites for them, the homeschooling or pre-K, that they might be offering that right now are in less than adequate facilities? So I know you said options, but are there other educational components we could consider as well?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, Director Miller. We have had discussions about as part of internal needs about some of those types of things. So, for example, the need to diversify where our alternative schools are. So that's definitely, those are things we're still contemplating internally. I do want to remind everybody that in addition to the properties that are going to be maybe surplus or becoming vacant, we do have excess capacity in operating schools, in some operating schools. So we will be looking, I think, for some of the partnerships that you talked about in terms of satellites, especially opportunities to locate in our high schools or other places where they could be used by our students, is definitely something that we are contemplating, because we don't necessarily need to open a building necessarily to do that. We could do it in a building that's fully operational. So those are all important things, and I think the charter school things that you mentioned could come through the proposal process, and as I think what we're looking at for the options is more like swap opportunities if those are needed. Yeah, thank you.
Did I? Well, that's probably a good idea. That are ADA compliant where others are not. How do we find a better environment for children's learning experiences? Getting them out of mobiles and things like that. Thank you.
Other questions? I have a few. Is there any? Okay. I'm wondering if there is, in this process, if there is by statute or any sort of legal thing, where there is any kind of hierarchy of consideration that districts have to go through in terms of evaluating surplus properties. Did you just say no?
Really isn't. I mean, other than the fact that you've got to use a process and the decision has to be made by the board.
Okay, great. Just making sure. Another two questions. One is when you were talking about toward the end of the process where it will go into a superintendent recommendation for surplus properties that will then come to the board, do you anticipate that will be a recommendation, or are you thinking about sort of multiple? I'm just trying to get a sense of how much sort of deliberation the board will be able to do around potentially viable proposals that may be more than one, or if that will be narrowed before it gets here.
So thank you for bringing, because there's going to be 2 points where the board votes. The first is to surplus the property, and the second one is what the property would be used for. So I anticipate that certainly any of you could be observers in this entire process, and we would be transparent about what we received and how those proposals were ranked or either recommended to the superintendent, and then the superintendent recommended to the board. I anticipate that we would bring you one recommendation. So for one school, it would go through the whole process. A recommendation would be brought to us. That would be, this is what, or brought to cabinet, and the superintendent would say, this is what the committee recommends. And the cabinet would then say to the board, we recommend that this property be used for this. And it would just be one. But you will have seen the whole process, and you could vote no and say, we actually liked the other proposal that we saw in this process. Go back to the drawing board. That's always an option. But I envision us bringing you one.
That's helpful to understand just process-wise. And then lastly, is there an idea of any particular geographic space or part of Jeffco that you would be starting this process with? Or is it less bound by geography and more by facility or some other criteria?
I don't feel equipped to answer that question at this moment. So I'm not sure, but we'll have some more information potentially next month.
Great. That's all.
Have you gotten any feedback on this 3-week time frame for? It sounds like a proposal will be open, and then a community or an organization with 3 weeks to submit the proposal. It just seems extraordinarily fast, especially if you're trying to do anything collaboratively with like other partners to put in a proposal. And I just wonder, what are we gaining by doing it in 3 weeks, and what are we losing, especially if we are losing out on good ideas that can't be done in 3 weeks.
So I think we first wanted to bring this to the board to see if you all agree with this direction. I think it's something we need to ask the committee around what they think is viable. I also think it's a reason why we might want to raise what President Schooley just said earlier than March 1st, for example. We might say we anticipate bringing up some schools in this area. Here's like some, so if you are thinking about getting a proposal ready, in terms of the writing the proposal, we could certainly extend that. I think we're looking for a process that doesn't drag on too long. But if this is just not, feels too short, we will flex.
I mean, when I look at this, there's more time to review them than for people to write them. And I think the writing part will be more complex. I think we might just be under anticipating the complexity of putting ideas into proposals that are feasible in terms of finance and zoning and just all the things have to be considered. I don't want to underestimate the complexity of that for people.
And it may depend, going back to one of your earlier questions around what kind of guidelines form, what will it look like? What are we asking for people to submit for review? And, that can be something that ends up being a 40-page proposal or something where you're filling out Google Doc or whatever, so I don't know. I'm assuming it's not that and not that, somewhere in the middle, which is where I love to live. But I think that may make a difference too, if you're putting together, like, what information do we really need to be thoughtful about this? And it seems kind of hefty, like a lift for folks, that we can be able to be flexible in the time frame, or provides like, here's the initial idea and phase, I don't know, to be able to fill out.
That's making me think we might get a proposal and then need more information. So need to ask them to do presentations or provide supplemental paperwork, documents to support the proposal. Yeah.
So just speaking for me, and we can see how folks are feeling. So I think this is a good process. I hear that there's some board interest in having some additional, no, I'm going to say it the wrong way, having some support or exploring what support could look like for interested applicants who may not have a ton of capacity to write that. I don't know what that looks like, but if we could explore what those options may be. And for me, I think it's a great process. I like the starting point a lot, and being able to make sure that we are really connecting with our municipal partners, because it impacts, as we've seen with all of this, a whole lot of people. And the process, I'm assuming, is going to include public comments during each of these steps. Not that that is the ultimate form of community engagement, but as just another sort of more formal piece of that process. So I'm comfortable moving with you all working with this process. But I want to make sure you've got clear direction. So yes.
Can I ask we live in the world of different cities, right? Our schools live in different, Arvada, Golden, Jefferson, Edgewater, whatever. They're everywhere. And so let's say somebody hypothetically comes up with an idea of putting an art studio with a wine bar and a bookstore, that combination, which I think would be lovely. But they come up with that combination, but it's not zoned for that in Lakewood or in wherever, Wheat Ridge, wherever. So how would we work with that community who has proposed that idea? and they've gotten the funding and the whole 9 yards, but it's not set up for licensure, and it doesn't have the lights that are needed for the bookstore, but it's got that great studio option. And so we need zoning changed.
So I do want to say that in addition to the people we already have on board to support this process, we will be bringing on a real estate attorney, not like full-time, but to consult on this, as well as a commercial real estate agent of some kind. So there will have to be people who who can be consulted in this process. Ultimately, if we're selling a property to somebody who wants to do that, they also will have to do their due diligence with the city to understand what it can be zoned for. I mean, I know like in my own block of my neighborhood, there's a developer who bought something before it could be what it could be zoned for, and it's just sitting there. So I think hopefully folks can work their channels. I know there are folks who are this will be their first time applying for something, or they'll be brand new to it. But I also think there are some things, and Shannon and I will talk about this tomorrow. We can share with people now. Here is the cities in which our properties exist, and that's all been very clear to folks out there, and then we can start providing guidance sooner rather than later on what this process is going to look like. How to potentially take the first steps in getting ready to submit a proposal. We could do that now, even though we don't know what properties we're talking about. So those are all good points, Director Miller.
Oops. Any other questions? So do we have some, I want to be able to give them direction because it's a quick turnaround. Are there any non-thumbs up? I'll ask it in the negative. No, great. Go forth. Thank you very much. So now we move on to our final, I think, presentation. Our monthly policy recommendations, the part everyone's looking forward to and waiting for all night. The Office of Legal Services, in partnership with the Office of the Superintendent and applicable department leads, is reviewing Jeffco district policies and updating the content. At times, changes in the district policy manual will also require some action by the Board of Education, though that's not universally true. During this presentation, Julie Tollison, hello, Chief Legal Counsel, and Molly Ferrer, did I say that correctly? Ferrer. Nope, I didn't. Deputy General Counsel will provide information on the proposed GP policy change that will appear on January 19th at our next meeting on the consent agenda. So with that, is there anything you wanted to add before we turn it over to our legal friends? Hello, legal friends.
From conversation a little full circle from your earlier discussion about CTE, during the meeting, I was looking at an article called Welder Turned Lawyer Credits Emily Griffith Technical College for Success. And that welder turned lawyer is sitting right next to me to my right.
So I'm a big CTE fan.
So she's a big CTE fan. And so we are thrilled to have Molly joined our department about 3 months ago, had spent the previous decade at DPS. And one of the things that you all know from your own policy work is that as important as it is, it's one of the easiest things to set aside when things get crazy. And I have so much respect for the fact that in the midst of regional opportunities for thriving schools, everything you had going on last year, somehow you sat down and reworked your board policies top to bottom. And I know that was a pretty big lift. And we also know that policy work is sort of an ongoing iterative process. So one of the things that's exciting in having Molly join the team is we've really got somebody who is robustly digging into district policy in particular, but inherently some of that's going to intersect with board policy, and some of that we'll talk about today. So you'll regularly be seeing, here's the process we're going to use. We're going to get that work done. Most of our policies hadn't been reviewed since 2013 in the district space, so some of them conflicted with law. Some of them were simply irrelevant or had broken links in them, all the things that happen when you don't sort of constantly tend the garden. So she's taken a big lead on this and has developed a systemic review process that also includes some public transparency. She'll show you a place where the public can look at proposed changes on the district policy side. There's a link if they want to send an email raising a question or concern, because this process involves not only lawyers reading it and saying, does it match the statute? Then it involves talking to the educators, talking to the superintendent. Does it do what we want to do as a matter of Jeffco policy? And then finally, to be sure that the public health issue spot and it's functional. So as big a lift as your policies were, if you've looked at district policies, it's almost a mind-boggling volume of work, and we're hoping to streamline those. So tonight should be simple. I mean, Molly's going to tell you a little bit about our new process, but we're mostly moving content, frankly. You guys will recall, let me go ahead, give me that, that when you moved to, I'm having no luck. Give me a chance there. Try me. When you all moved to a policy governance model, one of the things you did is you separated out, here's board policy, we're going to adopt ends to which the district's going to align its work. Thank you. Oh, Drew, we might need you. But then district policy is largely separate and approved through a different process. But there are some places where, using the old CASB models, boards that haven't adhered to this policy governance model that you're using have district policies that say things like, here's how public comment works, here's how our board meetings work, here's the kinds of officers we're going to have in our board. Well, to your faithful adherence to policy governance means we need to move all of that into your board policies so you define how you want those things to work, and that we will delete the district policies that have that content right now. So knowing that, when we get a slide? All right.
I think we're very close.
I think we are too. All right. Well, maybe I'll let you at least go ahead and give them an overview. Yep.
Yep. Okay, here we go. I think we're back in action. Excellent. So Julie covered a lot of this, and it's really nice to meet all of you in person. I'm really happy to be here at Jeffco and excited to do this work and a lot of other work as well alongside Julie. Like she mentioned, what we decided to do is really do a series by series review of the board policies. And that's where we'll take an entire, you know how they're broken down into the A, B, C. We'll take the entire group and really look at them, review them as a whole, make sure we're updating things and that they're all consistent. Because I think getting that kind of comprehensive review is something that often doesn't happen. You might change this policy and not realize that 5 others that would be affected by that also need to be tweaked or fixed. So in furtherance of that, we did create a website or a link on our website that takes you to where we are going to put any proposed board policies or district policies. It'll take you here. And then on that, if you scroll down, it will show you a memo that describes all of the changes that we're proposing for this month with the district policies. And then it also gives red lines of any changes that we're doing. And we started with the B and C series mostly because it was the easiest because it's the governance and administration policies. And as Julie mentioned, largely that content doesn't belong anymore in district level policies. And so we've pushed that up into the board policies. So a lot of the recommendations this month are to delete content out of the district level policies so that lives in one place, and that's in your board policies. And then we do have a number of GP policy recommendations, and that's where that content is just kind of rising up into your policies. Now, we're going to have this on here with the email that you can give feedback to, and that will be the same for the policies that Lisa Relu mentioned earlier, the DN and the DN/R. Those will be available for January 15th next month. But they'll be up here for a month. We'll get any sort of feedback that people want to give us. And then at the end of that month, we'll kind of
have a comprehensive final policy, and it will become law, for lack of a better word. So because you guys have a different process, you have to have a first reading, a second reading, and then adoption. So that's why we're bringing you the 4 that were affected here. And these, we'll just go through them. We changed GP5, and you'll see if you link on the website or in the materials today that one we've just now included all of the information about how you guys select your officers whenever the board is kind of organizing itself, and we've put it up in here so it's all in one comprehensive place. And that came straight out of the previous B policies. Same with we created a brand new policy about board meetings, agendas, and minutes. We didn't make any substantive changes, really just consolidated the information and put it up in that policy. Public participation in board meetings, same. We took most of the content from the B policy. There were some tweaks that we made there. There was a change in law, or a clarification in the law, so we just kind of made some tweaks there. And finally, there's a new policy on board member compensation and expense assurance and liability. That one was also taken from the B policies, but there was that new law about compensation, so we added the language there. And most of the time, too, when we're adding language or updating it, that language is often coming from the CASB model policies, because that's just such a good resource. So, and we did, just so everybody's aware, we ran these policies by Matt Cook at CASB as well. So he agreed that this was a good approach and in line with how you guys are operating now. So this is kind of under your policy. This is considered the first reading. You guys don't need to read it out loud. But we would really encourage you to take a look at those 4 policies, because we didn't make substantive changes yet. And to the extent that you all feel like you want to talk about potentially changing some of the language now that it's becoming a GP policy, we're happy to have that conversation, and we can update those if we need to. If the language is good and we're fine, then on January 19th, that can be the second reading under your policy, and then you can vote on it on the consent agenda. So that's kind of where we're at there.
So if you all do think you want to make substantive changes in how you do some of these board governance things, how your officers work, how you handle public participation, now would be the time, and we would probably just have to build in a longer lead time than next week, obviously. But assuming that you just want to do this as part of our district policy cleanup, right, where we're moving the content into board policy, our anticipation would that these would be on consent next week.
Thanks. I have 2 questions. The first one has to do with GP05. So it's about the president's role. On our board, we have a first vice president and a second vice president, but second vice president's not listed in the policy. So since we've been working that way, should we put it in there? That's right.
I mean, I think that would be, I could take a look at the actual policy. I'll review it.
Okay.
Policy language when we're kind of offline here. But yeah, I think this would be a good opportunity to clarify that if that's how you want to continue on.
And then the second question I have is on GP17, public participation. It goes through the steps that the public needs to go through in order to participate in the meetings. 2 things about it. One is that, I think it's in this one, they talk about our regular meetings, how the public can talk on any topic, but the special meetings has to be on the agenda items. But I think that we have been allowing people to speak on anything. They just sort of go to the back of the line in all of our.
Yeah, so at this point, it's anyone can speak on any item. But in the special meetings, I mean, I assume that would be like our, I don't know, the vote that we had, or.
I'm not sure that we've had public comment at special meetings since I've been here. That can be changed, but I don't think we've been having public comment at special meetings.
That's right. We have not been, other than things that were built specifically as sort of a public hearing, like you had in the school consolidations.
Yeah. But other than that, no, we have not. Because special meetings would be like the budget review or the study session. Right. Exactly.
So I know that about study session, but this policy does talk about special meetings and public comments, so we should maybe clean that one up. And then just a sort of general question about our board meetings. Like they do reference people trying to put an agenda item on the agenda that I guess would be after you've already done agenda prep. And the process goes to the superintendent to get permission to add an agenda item. But so my general question is, should it go to the superintendent or to the president? I mean, is this a board agenda or is this the district's agenda?
The agenda definitely belongs to the board, but what you see typically is you've got to have somebody wearing that sort of administrative hat in terms of, because as the agenda is built, you tend to have cabinet putting together materials or being prepared for it. So I think that can look like however you'd like to have it. It could be the board president in consultation with the superintendent.
I think it's like the one step missing, because I actually read it more as goes to the superintendent, because that's where it would need to be actualized and like posted and get stuff for it. But the interim step is it's the board's agenda. So it would need to be by, by that, I was gonna say directive of the board. You don't add things unless that's there. Yeah.
Right.
So we would just, need to add that language or step. Or
17.
No, and that's where this conversation is interesting, right? Because we really just took sort of the as it existed on paper and we're just relocating it. And now we're all realizing, well, let's take a look at what it said on paper and maybe it needs some adjustment, and that's fine.
Director Reed.
I'm just backtracking for just a second. There's nothing about addressing a board at a special meeting in that policy. Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying is backtracking. 17. So just, before we send you off to clean something up that I don't think needs to be cleaned up.
So while we will look at that, we'll look and see if we can find it exact spot.
It's like right there. Yeah, there's eligibility to address the board. It says that you have to sign up.
There's a single line in the the end of the third paragraph. Only those topics which are on that particular agenda may be addressed at special meetings. So we could just delete that.
Okay.
Yep. Great. All right. I've done it now, so we won't change our time.
Director Miller.
I do not have the policies in front of me, so this is just winging it for the moment. No, it's not your fault. It's just my computer. Nope. I know. It's a long story. I'm not going there. There was something in Chalkbeat or some article I read about the First Amendment rights when people come to speak at the board meeting. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's in GP 16 or 15, but just making sure that we are in alignment with First Amendment rights and that people cannot be told not to talk when they're...
That was one of the adjustments that we made.
Oh, so you did update it? Okay.
Yeah, it was.
All right. I just want to make sure we're in line with our constitutional rights and speech, and I know it's so unfair, but I know that that was during COVID. A lot of people that rippled up, that people shut people down, and they weren't allowed to talk. And I just want to make sure that we allow people their rights. So if you've already updated,
it was the adjustment that I mentioned for GP 17.
Okay, I'll go back and look at it then. Okay, I just want to make sure we're cool.
And what you may look at GP 17 and go, well, I don't see it, because really what we did was omit. So right, we struck
Something
language.
Else. Right. Okay, I'll look at it again. I just wanted to bring that
So
up.
can the board assume that what's loaded into board docs tonight has been vetted through legal and updated to align with statute.
Yes.
And then whatever else they might want to tweak or adjust would be feedback to you guys. Okay.
About practice. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, those have all been vetted.
I have one. It's just I think it might be GP 17 that would need to go on. I had asked a few at the last board meeting, I think, if someone could come virtually because they asked me. They said when I signed up, it says I have to be there. We're not doing virtual anymore, and I don't know who responded and said that would be something that the board would have to agree on, that we want to let people come virtually. And I have a strong interest in letting people come virtually because I just believe it opens transparency and access. So do we need to get that written in here? Because last time it was almost like a no unless everyone agrees, and it was like too late.
Yeah. I think if there's a consensus that you all would like to routinely accommodate virtual participation in board meetings, the best place to put it would be in the policy, because this is kind of where the public looks to understand how it works.
The language in there now, I don't have it either, but I think the language in there now has like a little comment off section around, doesn't it? Like in person, virtually. Oh, it does it for, that's what I was reading it. Okay. Yeah, no, I was misremembering. That was what I was reading was in board. I mean, I think that it's a great access, piece to be able to have it. And even if it's just a similar kind of list, like it is in the board member policy to say public participation at board meeting or public comment can happen through da-da-da-da-da. And then the process stuff we'd figure out, each, board can figure out. Would that work?
I know you're not obviously taking action tonight, but I think I'm seeing enough of a consensus that we could embed language like that.
Do you want us to do this? Good.
Transparency and access.
I do. The thumbs up method. Yeah, go for it.
On GP5, there's just a lot added rather than taken away. So I just wondered, is that all new content?
Yeah, so it got a little bit confusing because GP5 exists as a policy right now that you guys have. And so the redlined content is actually from that B policy that I pulled in. So it's new to that policy, but it's not new as in not existing before tonight.
Yes, red line online. Any other feedback?
I really love this website that you built that we can look at, and that's why I was like, is it the same as what's in Board Doc? That's a great tool. I just appreciate it.
Full credit to the welder for that.
Well done, welder.
Many talents.
Okay, I think that's it for now. So this will come back on our agenda next week. So if you want to go through and read them again for your light reading enjoyment.
I'm the one that monitors that email. So if that's the easiest way to send feedback to me, that works, or to my direct.
Great. Thank you both. Welcome. Nice to have you on the team. Okay. Unless there are any other questions or comments, then this brings us to the end of today's agenda, where we're going to stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a regular board meeting scheduled for January 19th. Next week, 5:30 p.m. here at the Ed Center. Thank you all. Have a good evening.